Counselor Duggar.
Here.
Hartmeyer Prigg.
Here.
Hassan.
Present.
Kimmy.
Here.
Teeter.
Here.
Tivnon.
Here.
Mayor Beatty.
Here. Do we have anyone for public comment this evening?
No, Mayor. No one has signed up or is waiting on
Okay.
time.
All right. Any staff items?
Yes, Mayor, I have two items this evening. One is I wanted to remind the council and advise the community that we do need to update the city's election code. We did find that there needs to be further clarification in the code in preparation for the 2024 primary election. The existing code doesn't contain some of the procedures that were once in the old charter, so this is really a cleanup item. We will go ahead and schedule something for September 19th. That will be a first reading. It will require an ordinance to make this adjustment, and then followed by a public hearing on October 3rd. So we anticipate that if there's anyone that's interested in filing for office, they can do that as early as October 4th. We are a home rule city, so that we don't necessarily have to adhere to the state's requirements, so we can set our timelines as we deem appropriate. So this is the inconsistent with the next item that we have scheduled, which is the 19th. So rather than having a special meeting, we opted to go ahead and put it on the regular agenda. The other item, if you don't have any questions, the other item that I wanted to tee up is that today is a really special day. Kathy Jensen, who is our city recorder, this is her last meeting, and she will be retiring. And she has served the city of Beaverton for 21 years, and she is someone that is behind the scenes that makes these meetings happen, that helps run our elections, that is the guardian of our legislative record. And Kathy is someone that will not be forgotten, and the council would like to acknowledge and recognize and celebrate her time serving the city of Beaverton through a proclamation this evening. So I'd like to hand it over to the mayor.
What I know from a decade of working with Kathy is she loves to be the center of attention. So, and you have to take notes of all of the people saying awesome things about you. So tonight I'm going to start with a proclamation from the Office of the Mayor. Whereas our community success depends on making, oh, nope, wrong one. That too. This is a proclamation on behalf of the council. Whereas the city recorder, Kathy Jensen, has dedicated the past 21 years of her professional life to serving the city of Beaverton and our community. And whereas the position of the city recorder is essential to city operations as the local official who administers important democratic processes like elections, public meetings, and the official city record. And whereas in her time with the city, Kathy has managed more than a dozen elections, wherein the roles including for mayor, council, urban renewal, bond measures, a new charter that effectively changed the city's form of government. And whereas Kathy has also helped onboard new city leadership, manage the agenda bill process, supported staff to ensure critically vital projects and policies are present in the very best way for public interest. And whereas with each of these tasks, Kathy has upheld the utmost integrity to maintain transparency and trust in the process she oversees. And whereas those who know Kathy will agree that she loves being the city recorder and has worked proudly in her role within the city and beyond. And whereas Kathy has worked more than her fair share of late night meetings, and while she'll be greatly missed, is most deserving of the much earned retirement. Now, therefore, we, the City Council of the City of Beaverton, Oregon, do hereby proclaim and thank City Recorder Kathy Jensen for her years of service for Beaverton. And we do have this proclamation, and we have a small token gift from the council. Should we get a photo? Yeah. We can get a photo, and then you don't want to. And we got this.
Let's hear it for Kathy.
There's not too many people in local government that get to boss counselors and mayors around, and Kathy is one of them. When my phone rings and it's her, I know it's serious. So you got big shoes to fill. Welcome to the team. Enjoy your retirement. We are really excited for you. Okay, with that, Council President, can we have the consent agenda, please?
Yes, Mayor. First, I move to approve the meeting minutes from the regular meeting of July 19th of 2022.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Will the city recorder please call the roll?
Counselor Tivnon,
Yes.
Duggar,
Abstain.
Hartmeyer Prigg,
Yes.
Hassan,
Yes.
Kimmy,
Yes.
Teeter,
Yes.
Mayor Beatty.
Yes.
Motion carries 6 with 1 abstention.
Okay. I move that we approve the remainder of the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? For the last time in your career, will the city recorder please record the minutes for our consent agenda?
Counselor Duggar,
Yes.
Hartmeyer Prigg,
Yes.
Hassan,
Yes.
Kimmy,
Yes.
Teeter,
Yes.
Tivnon,
Yes.
Mayor Beatty.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay, tonight we do have 3 proclamations. We have a Welcoming Week proclamation, National Preparedness Month proclamation, Hispanic Heritage Month proclamation. I'll kick off tonight's party with our Welcoming Week proclamation. Proclamation from the Office of the Mayor. Whereas our community's success depends on making sure that all Beaverton residents feel safe and welcome. And whereas foreign-born Beaverton residents are a vital part of our community, bringing fresh perspectives and new ideas, starting businesses, and contributing to the vibrant diversity that we all value. And whereas, regardless of where you were born or what you look like, we are Beaverton residents united in our effort to build a stronger community. And whereas there has never been a more important time for communities to unite and show that they are welcoming to everyone, including immigrants and refugees. And whereas we condemn hate, intolerance, racism, and reaffirm our commitment to the values of equity, inclusion, justice, and compassion. And whereas Welcoming Week will be celebrated nationally under the theme of We Belong, Where We Belong, which calls us to reflect on how and why belonging occurs and the ways we can break barriers so this place can foster belonging for all, including immigrants, refugees. And whereas Beaverton will proudly celebrate its 9th annual local Welcoming Week this year in collaboration with community partners through events that celebrate the contributions of newcomers and uplift the role of community plays in fostering welcome for everyone. And whereas Beaverton was declared a Welcoming Week city and the members of the National Welcoming Cities and Counties Initiative in April of 2015, now, therefore, I, Lacey Beatty, Mayor of the City of Beaverton, do hereby proclaim September 8th through 17th as Beaverton Welcoming Week in the City of Beaverton and call upon all the people of Beaverton to join together to build a stronger and more united community. And I do believe we have Paolo, and the cutest guest I've ever seen, here to accept the proclamation, and they want a photo with us. So we'll get up again. All right. Our second proclamation this evening, I've asked Council President to read.
Yes. Today, I offer the proclamation from the Office of the Mayor of the City of Beaverton. Whereas the City of Beaverton and its residents are vulnerable to the impacts of natural and human-made disasters, and whereas being prepared for disasters must be undertaken at the individual, family, and business level, and whereas National Preparedness Month is held each September and is designed to encourage Americans to take simple steps to prepare for emergencies in their homes, businesses, and communities. And whereas the overarching theme of 2023 National Preparedness Month is Take Control in 1, 2, 3, with a specific focus on preparing older adults for disasters. And whereas the city offers disaster preparedness information and training opportunities throughout the year to enable our citizens to become better prepared. And whereas citizens of the City of Beaverton will benefit from joining with the nation's citizens and embracing this valuable opportunity to learn of ways we can prepare for an emergency and assist others in the event of a disaster of any size and duration. Now, therefore, on behalf of Lacey Beatty, the Mayor of the City of Beaverton, I do hereby proclaim September 2023 as Preparedness Month in the City of Beaverton and encourage all City of Beaverton residents to seriously contemplate the state of their personal preparedness, strive to meet the challenge of increasing their self-reliance, and recognize the need to provide provisions for their families in case of any emergency.
And I know we do have our emergency manager with us today. I think the first time since you've been in your new role. Do you want to come up and accept the proclamation? And do you have any words for us tonight? And does your motley crew want a photo with us? Yeah, I see. Yep. Yeah. You want to invite him up for a photo? Yeah. I'd like to personally thank all of our CERT volunteers for not just being here tonight, but volunteering at all of our events. We've seen you at the night market, the tree lighting, Vaccinate Our Community, helping us prepared for a time that none of us want. And hopefully we have a great deal of gratitude for you guys. You expand our presence at events in countless hours that don't count towards our city budget because you volunteer so ferociously on our behalf. So thank you for joining us tonight. I know that you guys have events coming up this month, and we have a town hall scheduled to come and talk with you guys individually. So we're ready to answer the hard questions. We look forward to seeing you. Thanks for joining us this evening. And our last proclamation this night, tonight, I've asked Councilor Tipton to read. It's a council proclamation, so she's taking it on our behalf.
Thank you. All right. This is a proclamation on behalf of the council and also my great-grandmother, Estelle Rivera. Whereas each year Americans observe National Hispanic Heritage Month from September 15th to October 15th, and whereas the observation began in 1968 as Hispanic Heritage Week under President Lyndon Johnson and was expanded to Hispanic Heritage Month by President Ronald Reagan in 1988. And whereas Beaverton is home to many people whose ancestors came from Mexico, Central and South America, the Caribbean, and Spain, and whereas September 15th is significant as the anniversary of independence for Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua. And whereas Mexico and Chile celebrate Independence Day on September 16th and September 18th, respectively. And whereas people of Hispanic descent have contributed to our shared prosperity and culture throughout the history of Beaverton, the state of Oregon, and the United States. And whereas Hispanic Americans continue to be crucial to the vitality, hometown livability, and growth to our community. It is through their support and contributions that our city has continued to become more culturally diverse and a welcoming city for everyone. And whereas the city of Beaverton champions respect for diverse voices and ideas as a core civic value, and whereas Beaverton is proud to join the nation in celebrating the rich culture and history of Hispanic heritage in Oregon as we dedicate ourselves to working together to address the challenges that still face our Hispanic population. And now, therefore, the City Council of the City of Beaverton hereby recognizes September 15th through October 15th, 2023 as Hispanic Heritage Month in the City of Beaverton and encourage all to observe this month.
Thank you. Okay, so for the rest of our evening together, we're going to have 2 presentations, 2 public hearings, 2 ordinance, and we will have 2 work sessions. So we're going to start this evening with Agenda Bill 23171. It's our TriMet update, our Forward Together plan for FY 2024 service changes. I want to take a minute to reset the room, welcome our friends from TriMet, and say good evening to our friends from CERT. Gentlemen, the floor is yours when you're ready.
Okay, good evening, Mayor Beatty, councilors. My name is Sam DeSue. I'm the general manager here at TriMet. So I want to say, first of all, thank you for giving TriMet time on the agenda this evening and the opportunity to continue to further our relationship with the city of Beaverton. Before I dive in and talk about the agency that I love and that I lead, I want to briefly introduce myself and share my background with you. I've been with TriMet since 2019, and I've been a general manager since 2021. I have 30 years of experience in public and private transportation, and in both in this region here, just as well as in the Midwest. I work for 3 different organizations and transportation organizations as an executive at executive level. And in the past few years here while I've been at TriMet, TriMet has been among the most rewarding and also the most challenging in my career since dealing with COVID up until now. Next slide. We'll go one more. I think I was... Okay, we're here now. TriMet provides bus, light rail, and commuter rail and paratransit services to our region. All of our modes serve Beaverton and Washington County. We have 21 bus lines, 2 MAX lines running here in the county, as well as our West commuter rail and also our Lyft paratransit. Our fixed route buses and trains serve more than 1,300 bus stops, 16 MAX stations, and 5 West stations in Washington County. 2 of our operation facilities are here in Beaverton. It's the El Monica Rail Operations Facility and our Merlo Bus Operations Facility, with many of our employees calling Washington County home, include myself. Next slide. While we face some daunting regional challenges, I will tell you that we are very optimistic at TriMet and really hopeful for our future. Our transit services keep our communities moving, economy strong, and air clean. Next slide. As life fully resurfaces after the pandemic, more riders are returning to TriMet, In August, we've seen our highest week of ridership, and it was at the very beginning of August. It was 1.3 million riders for that week. Every day, we're seeing more people return to work. I take the MAX train in from Sunset into downtown, and I can tell you at Sunset, we are on the second level of parking now, and there's been days that I've seen it go up to the third level. But again, we serve our region to connect people to jobs and also to our communities. Our ridership now today is more than 70% of where it was February of 2020. And we are on the eve of more people returning to office as Portland State University is returning students to the classroom for the first time in 3 years. Next slide. Do I tell her that? Okay, perfect. This month, we're celebrating an important anniversary in our history. 25 years ago, September 12th, 1998, is when our MAX trains pulled into the West Hills and began serving Beaverton and the West Side. This month marks a 20-year history since MAX Red Line extended to run between Beaverton Transit Center and also the Portland International Airport. And our buses have been running here in the Beaverton area since 1970, just a year after TriMet was started. Today, we are implementing our first major redesign of our bus service in agency history with our Forward Together service concept. And here with me to my right is TriMet Director of Mobility Planning and Policy, Tom Mills. He's going to share tonight, and we'll be sharing more information about our plan, which was developed with the help of our community. And I know some people here tonight was part of that as well. He'll also touch on what's ahead for Beaverton and Washington County services. Our MAX service is getting better. We are on track to deliver a Better Red project in the coming year, which extends our MAX Red Line services between Portland International Airport and Hillsborough. This means that the Red Line will serve 10 more stations in Washington County. Once completed, this will offer the West Side riders a one-seat ride from Hillsborough all the way to Portland International Airport. Our transit-oriented development team has engaged Beaverton staff and the Better Red Station area planning studies as well. This involved reviewing zoning, land use, and building code around 3 of our stations that will be getting the added Red Line services. TriMet is leading the efforts to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions in our region, with nearly 40% of our state's residents living in our service district, and that's within all 3 counties. Our plans are to impact both state and regional climate action efforts. And our goal is to really transition a 1,000 bus fleet to zero emissions by 2040. We began that transition right here in Washington County back in 2019 when our first battery electric buses began running on the line 62, which is Murray Boulevard, and they are still dedicated to that line today. We've already reduced our greenhouse gases emissions by 70% with 2 important moves. First, we switched to a much cleaner burning renewable diesel to run our diesel buses and our Lyft paratransit vans and our West commuter trains. And then we've switched to renewable electricity for our MAG system and all of our TriMet-owned facilities, including both operating bases here at El Monica, just as well as at Merlo. Our transition to a fully zero-emissions bus fleet means big investments for the West Side. And with the funds that was secured by Representative Suzanne Bonamici, we've already begun to add to our electric bus charging stations at our Merlo operations facilities. And there's going to be more investments that's coming to Merlo and Beaverton in the future. We currently have 10 all-electric buses in service, including those that's dedicated to the line 62, and the first set of 24 buses that are ordered and actually being delivered early next year. We're also working to ensure that TriMet systems are safe, secured, and accessible. And over the last 5 years, we've grown our reduced fare program to include income as a qualifier. Under that program, people can take unlimited rides just for $28 a month, a cap that will not charge with our 2024 fare increase. Since we've expanded our reduced fares to riders living on low income in July of 2018, more than 54,000 people have signed up for the ride for less. After reimagining our public safety and security efforts, an initiative began in 2020. We now enhance our safety and security presence. We've more than doubled our security staff in the past year and a half and expanded the teams that provide presence and help riders and community members. In addition to police officers dedicated to transit police, we have unarmed teams with specialized skills. One is our customer safety supervisors who help riders while ensuring people are following the rules while riding. And then we also have 2 unarmed contract security teams for added presence that help riders as well. Our new safety response team, and those are members that really connect people on and off our transit system with social services. And I ride the system 5 days a week. I'm in the office all 5 days, and I've seen those teams out there really in action. And it's wonderful for our region to really have those resources out there to really help people. So this is a snapshot of some of our top efforts that we've put forward. But before I hand it off to Tom to talk about kind of where we're going with service and our Forward Together plan, I'd like to say that we really truly believe that access to transit is access to opportunity. And in our world, as things are changing, we're seeing it in our region. We've seen a great deal of change here in the last couple of years, but TriMet is changing with that. And we are redoubling our efforts, and our goal is to really provide quality transit services to our riders and to the region. So with that, Tom, I'm going to move over to you.
Thank you very much, Sam, and thank you, Mayor Beatty, and thank you, Council, for having me. Again, my name is Tom Mills. I'm the Director of Mobility Planning and Policy at TriMet, and it is my team that spearheaded the Forward Together process. Forward Together is TriMet's response to the COVID-19 pandemic, more specifically, response to the changes in the transit market as a result of what we experienced through COVID-19. So as we all know, there aren't as many people who are commuting to a job location, say in the morning, and then leaving in the afternoon. And as you probably would imagine, that was a large portion of our market prior to COVID-19. However, we also know that there are still a lot of people who, particularly essential workers, who are going to a location every day, and they're not necessarily doing it during those rush hour type periods. So as we started reimagining our network, we started thinking about the market and who's still riding and who is maybe riding but not as often. And the kind of conclusion we came to was that we really need to think about shifting and reallocating service less towards that rush hour commute. There still will be plenty of service for those rush hour workers, but also putting more service in areas where we haven't served so well in the past, and at times of the day and even on the weekends when we haven't served as well. And so that has resulted in a kind of whole system redesign. What that means for Beaverton is that over the next 3 years or so, and I say 3 years because we still have an operator labor shortage that we're working on. Things have turned around. We're growing our operator ranks, but it will take a little bit of time. So over the next 3 years, we expect new frequent service lines to be serving Beaverton, particularly on Beaverton-Hillsdale Highway, on Farmington, 185th, and Cornell Road. Additionally, we'll have new bus service to South Cooper Mountain, Southwest 170th, the West 5 employment area, and new connections to OHSU from Beaverton. Lastly, I want to point out we'll have more weekend service. In fact, weekends will start to look very similar to the weekday. It used to be weekend service used to drop off. Now it'll feel very much so like the same as the weekday. More overall frequency and then more connections to new jobs. So the next question, next slide please, is okay, great, but when is it happening and what are we going to get and when it's going to happen, you know, which pieces go first? And so I'm excited to tell you that this fiscal year, FY24, so starting from July 1 through June 30th, we will be introducing 3 new frequent service lines to Beaverton. In fact, just last week, we launched our first one on BH Highway, line 54. But also line 52, which serves Farmington and 185th, will be coming in December. And wait, I may be getting them mixed up. I take it back. I think it's line 48 on Cornell comes in December. And line 52 will be coming in March of 2024. So those will be upgraded to frequent service, which means the bus runs every 15 minutes all day long, 5 or 7 days a week. So people hopefully don't really need a schedule. They just walk out and the bus comes. In FY25, which we are starting to plan for now, we're looking at improving frequency through the Vos neighborhood, the Highland neighborhood, and the West Beaverton area, as well as new connections to job centers in Hillsborough, particularly North Hillsborough, in the Tigard Triangle, and extending bus line 76 through, well, currently goes to Tualatin, but extending it all the way to Oregon City via I-205. And then in FY26, we're looking to extend service to Mountainside High School and the affordable housing development that is occurring just west of Mountainside High School. We've been in touch with the affordable housing developer and you know, keeping track of when they expect to open and when those roads will be built, and we hope to be able to extend the bus line there. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Sam.
Thanks, Tom. I really appreciate the update there. I want to just finally close by saying that we need your help. We are all witnessing currently this epidemic on drug use and overdoses that's swept through our communities. And tonight I talked to you a little bit about what we're doing at TriMet to address some of this. But these are all symptom issues that exist throughout our region and at every level of our government. None of us can resolve any of them alone. But one of the things at the heart of all these concerns is the rampant and unchecked public use of illicit drugs. At TriMet, we are innovating and working to do everything we can to combat the use of controlled substance on our system. And open drug use everywhere creates dangerous and uncomfortable situations that negatively impact the experience of our riders and our ridership and our ability to provide this important service to people and for all people within our communities that depend on it. So tomorrow, the city of Portland will consider an emergency ordinance to ban the use of illicit drugs in public. And we're going to be there to support them. However, their ability to do this will require change to state law, which will take all of us to be able to do that. So we're supporting this effort to curb the rampant drug use that is doing so much harm to our communities and threatening the overall livability of our region. So we ask you for your help as well. And thank you for your time tonight, and we're open for questions.
Thank you for joining us in the many meetings we've had with your staff prior to tonight, not just about the presentation, about our ongoing working relationship with TriMet. You know, as a mayor, when I work with other mayors, sometimes we're not always nice and pushing about what we want. I would say it's really awesome, the restoration of lines in Beaverton. It's been one of my main concerns since I took office in 2020, and I understand the pandemic had such a profound effect on how we move around the city, but to be frank, we were under-serviced before the pandemic, and so restoring the lines that were there and adding new lines is really helpful to get our community moving, particularly the north-south connection lines. There's a lot of, I was an avid Max user when I worked in downtown Hillsborough at Virginia Garcia, but again, I was leaving Beaverton and going to Hillsborough, but getting to the Max station was relatively difficult for me, even though I lived in central Beaverton. So I'm excited about South Cooper Mountain, the expansion that you're doing there. And, you know, I want to offer our hand in partnership. I think there's a lot more we can do together, particularly around all this expanded area. You're going to have to park buses somewhere. We need some space. We need some operation space. I think there is a opportunity in the future. The city manager loves when I say this in public meetings, but I would love to see a combined warehouse of some sort, you know, more use of our facilities, our publicly owned facilities. We could do more together. And my offer stands, Sam. I'd love to ride around on the bus with you guys so you understand a little bit, see it from a mayor's perspective. So you know, people are nicer when it rains. I learned that when I was a candidate. So I look forward to riding the bus with you. With that, Councilor Husson.
Yeah, hi. Thank you so much for your presentation. I'm trying to gather like some of the comments and questions I had, and then I was a little like processing your ask about the ban. I do think just for future, and maybe this is Jenny like putting that kind of stuff in the agenda bill, but I don't know, just leave that out there. I have the unique privilege of kind of representing different communities and was an active part of the Muslim community. So many years ago, there was a pretty severe hate crime that happened on the Max, and continue to take phone calls from people in my community who feel unsafe or have had a racist incident happen to them on the Max. Do you have any specific avenues or recommendations that you could share with me that I could pass along? Because I'd love to make sure, you know, I know the typical talk to a person that's there that makes you feel safe, but are there any other avenues for reporting? Because I did get a call probably in the last year about a woman who covered and felt targeted by some activity that was happening on the Max.
That's a very good question, and I know that if you want more, we can actually sit down and go through all of the things that we do. But for reporting wise, there are a number of different ways, whether it's tweeting at us, calling, emailing. We respond to all of those and respond very quickly. I would also note that we've worked since that incident that you talked about, really working to help our own employees understand de-escalation techniques, understanding cultural diversity. So we've done a lot since that incident that you spoke of. Unfortunately, that type of stuff is still in our community, and I think it's going to take us all to really work together to combat it.
Okay. Do you have like a report spot? I'm just curious, right? Because I did get a call. It was 6 months or a year ago, and they were like, I was targeted, and I was like, okay, like I can connect you to people, but some of these folks don't even want to come, you know, to me, let alone to you. Is there any place for them to report these kinds of things? I know that the state of Oregon has the hate and the bias crime, but I don't know if there's anything at TriMet.
We tell people that immediately call 911 to let them know. We are in the process now of setting up a security desk for situations like this, and we're hoping to roll it out pretty soon with a number so that the public can call us directly and refer or provide us that information so that we can get a response out. But as of now, I think tweeting, texting, calling,
or SMS.
That's probably what I'm looking for, right? A place where folks can call. So I maybe don't have to take that call. Not that I don't mind. The other question I had, and this is maybe a little bit in the weeds, but I think I had brought it up with one of your TriMet board members, and I never got to circle back. You've offered youth passes in the past, but sometimes when we get out to Washington County, some of the places to pick them up, maybe this is just like a note for you. I know that there were some students who were like, how do I get one? And it was just really far. So I'll just put it out there, and maybe our staff can connect with your staff.
Well, JC is in charge of the program, so I'm going to turn it over to him.
Any thoughts?
No, actually, you know what's so funny is that the program continues to grow year after year. This is our second year. So we need, we can always do better. Trust me when I say we can always do better. So point heard.
The feedback I heard was it was hard to get to where the locations were in Washington County. So I just want to share that with you because I have this.
Let's just say that there's some bugs still to be worked out. So,
no worries.
Comments appreciated.
Thank you. Just thank you for your presentation. I do want to close with like this council and myself really value DEI and climate justice, and just the work that you're doing clearly shows a true commitment to that. So thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Councilor Duggar.
Yeah, thanks for heading out this way, and we do look forward to hosting your board meeting this month, so look forward to that. I'm going to really quick, I want to echo what the mayor said about service additions, incredibly important. I have 2 questions, though. Number one, because this is a question I get constantly, how are people that don't pay attention going to know about your security and your service? Because, I mean, like, in the last week, we've seen the stories that have dominated the airwaves, and there's no counter narrative, right? How do any of us, feel safe when there's only one side of the story being elevated, right? So I'm really curious to hear your thoughts on your communications plan. And then my second question is, we are opening a comprehensive shelter for our houseless residents early to mid next year. And I was curious if you had plans to service that. Thank you.
I'll start, and then I may have you jump in.
So the counter narrative is incredibly important to us, and we use opportunities much like this to get our word out. We use everything at our disposal to try to get that counter narrative. I will say this. So many times things happen by word of mouth. So it's trying to get people back on the system so that when they go back or they're having those conversations with their family or friends, they're actually coming from an informed position about my ride on Max was actually really well. I saw all these safety and security people. Trust me when I say that's one part of the plan. We also have a lot of marketing ahead as we look at ridership recovery and look to build our ridership about telling that narrative. So more to come. But thank you for that.
Like we need a lot.
Yeah.
We need a lot of that story, and we want to partner with you. Like, I'm happy to share. But honestly, word of mouth and a website is not enough.
No, it's true.
Right? Like, it's just not enough.
So, Councilor, we just talked today on putting together a really good, robust communication plan to all 3 counties about the things that we're doing, because a lot of people don't understand. We've spent an additional $15 million just in security alone in the last 3 months, 3 to 4 months. And that information is not out there, and kind of locations on what's taking place. But I could say this, please spread the word to your friends and people that you're connected with what you've heard tonight. We will be rolling out a very robust plan to address it, because you're right, we've just had 3 different situations here just over this weekend that we're dealing with currently as we speak.
Did you want to talk about the...
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the exact location of the service center you're referring to.
It's at 217 in Farmington, or is that what it's called there?
What are you talking
The
about?
shelter.
Yeah, it's at 217 in Farmington,
Okay.
where Fred Myers is.
Yeah, across from Fred Meyer.
Okay. So I believe that is currently served by line 58 right now, and within just a walking distance up to, well, let's see, I get confused. Canyon Road becomes Farmington?
No,
BH Highway becomes Farmington. Thank you. Sorry, that is served by the line that we just upgraded to frequent service line 54, which is an east-west line. Yeah. You're welcome.
Councilor Tivenon.
Thank you. We get a lot of updates from agencies. Very rarely do we have the top people come into the room to give it to us directly, and I really appreciate you taking the time to come out here. It was, I think, one of the silver linings of the pandemic is going to be work from home, because I used to have to commute into downtown Portland, and you feel like you belong to 2 places, not quite both, not quite one. And I think that folks have had less reasons to have to leave Beaverton unless they absolutely want to, and it's created a better sense of gravity, center of gravity here, a sense of pride in the community, and an awareness of how great Beaverton is. I'm sure other cities are also experiencing the same thing, and I do think it's a forever shift, because a certain amount of work from home will be with us permanently from here on out, I think. So hearing that you're going to put in more frequent stops and more lines to more jobs is absolutely wonderful. And I think it's the key to making transit make more sense for more people. And those numbers could really, really change. Like, this sounds like it's a very key moment in the history of transit in the Tri-County area. And we all know Portland, of all the Tri-County, Multnomah County has been getting a lot of love. And Clackamas County and Washington, not quite as much because of that need to commute. So I'm very excited to see what happens across the entire Tri-County area. And I know that you need our help in getting it out here. It's not just us saying what we want. So I'm eager to see the back and forth there. And my question, now that I'll get to it, is how do you determine where to put new stops? Like, what's the criteria that goes into that? Is there any way that we can help inform that, or that the public can, or what's the mechanisms for doing that?
So I just want to clarify, are you referring to new stops or new bus lines?
Both.
Okay, thanks. Well, there are a lot of different things that go into, well, let me start with a bus line, determining where a bus line should go. Obviously, we first look to make sure that it's at a minimum a collector street, preferably even an arterial street. You know, we can't run 40-foot buses on residential streets, of course. We look at the density of the community, you know, how many people are living there. You know, the more spread out people are, the harder it is for us to attract customers. We look at the pedestrian infrastructure, how safe is it to cross the street. Every round trip requires at least one crossing of the street, so how safe is it to cross the street? You know, are there sidewalks, lighting, those kinds of things. And then, of course, we look at, you know, what are the destinations? What are the things that people might want to go to? Is there a Fred Meyer along the route? Fred Meyers are big generators of ridership. Or is it all just kind of low density, single use type of land use? So those are all the different types of things we look at. Now, once we establish a bus line, then the next thing to do is to start locating the bus stops. We try to have them be about a quarter mile apart, but sometimes they're a little closer. But then, of course, we have to find a place that's safe to stop the bus, both for the person getting on and off the bus, but also for the drivers. You know, we don't want to be, say, behind a blind curve or something like that. You know, a lot of times there's not sidewalk, so we have to find places for sidewalk. We prefer to be on the far side of an intersection than in near side. That way we don't stop, pick people up, and then get a red light. We'd rather get through the light and then pick people up. So there's all sorts of factors that we're looking at all the time. One thing I do want to stress, and you probably, you know, you got a flavor of it earlier when I was touting the frequent service lines. Bus service, transit service, it's not just about where the line goes, but it's also about how frequently it runs. You know, a bus line, we can put bus lines going everywhere that just run once an hour, but nobody will use them. So sometimes you might see, gosh, you know, we've had this bus line forever, you know, how come we don't get more bus lines? But what you might not see, what is invisible, is that we're upgrading the frequency on a lot of these bus lines. So even though a bus line's been around for a long time, maybe it used to run every 45 minutes or every 30 minutes. Now we've got it running every 15 minutes. You know, one day I hope we'll be able to have them running every 10 minutes or so. That makes them very useful for people, and you know, hopefully we can start competing with cars.
So on the 1/4 mile rule, and thank you for that. That was
and it's not a hard and
helpful.
fast rule.
Yeah, I was wondering because it might just be. It seems like they're closer when you get into the depths of downtown Portland or this like inner southeast, maybe even going all the way out to like 82nd. That there's just more frequent stops. I'm sure that has a lot to do with density and the amount of people that are there.
It does.
So is the rule of 1/4, is that an economic based measuring stick for areas that are a little further out the sides?
Well, again, I probably shouldn't have said 1/4 because I don't want us to just focus. It is a range. I don't have the range off the top of my head, but quarter mile is kind of the maximum we typically will.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We're detailed people, so.
Yeah. I'll be prepared next time.
Yeah. Counselor Teeter.
We're going to help you.
Yeah, thank you. Can you talk a little bit more about the comment you made about how you are working with city staff around development code or development opportunity of 3 stations associated with the Better Red project here in Beaverton? What does that mean as far as our own work and as far as potential development in the future?
Let me get there. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. It's mostly our engineering construction team and our major projects capital planning team that have been working with them. So not quite my. Did you have information?
No, go ahead.
Oh, okay. But as you know, Better Red is extending the Red Line all the way to the Fair Complex station in Hillsborough. What that will mean is more stations here in Beaverton will have that Red Line service, not only giving you access to the airport, but just increasing your max frequency along the way. With Better Red, with any max service that we provide, we would love to see development around the max stations. There are still opportunity here on the west side. Even here at this station, at Beaverton Transit Center, at Beaverton Creek. And so as we extend this, we would be more than happy to work with, your staff here in Beaverton and Washington County staff on increasing the density and usage of some of the land that's around those stations.
Let me jump in. My note was around our transit-oriented development team. They've put a note that they've engaged with some Beaverton staff, but unknown, about looking at zoning and just kind of having conversations around land use and building codes at 3 of the stations. So I think it's more conversation than anything. I don't think anything has developed there because it would have been brought to my attention, but I think there's been some conversations in the past.
Okay, that is very helpful. I will say, just for our staff and for you all, that is something I would very strongly support, more development around some of these Beaverton transit stops that have either vacant land or parking lots. I know we're doing a lot of work here around Beaverton Central and potentially the transit center, Beaverton Transit Center, but all across the west side along the blue and future red lines, that would be great. We just voted and approved a complete streets policy for the city of Beaverton a few months ago that prioritizes walking first and then transit and biking, and then single-use automobiles are at the very bottom. So that's kind of our verbal statement that public transit is going to be a very high priority for us. I am curious about things that we can do more practically here with our own streets and our own right-of-way to make bus lines more efficient here in Beaverton. I'm thinking dedicated bus lanes or spots where buses can jump ahead at stoplights and things like that. Can you touch on that a little bit? Is that something that would help you all, or are there other things we can do here from our council side of things that can support better transit out here?
Yes, absolutely. So we have a program that we refer to as Better Bus, and it is exactly the type of thing that you just mentioned, Counselor. It's developing strategies to help buses get through congestion faster. In many cases, that is a bus lane. Some cases, it's what you were referring to as a queue jump, where we're at the light, but we get to go first before everyone else, so we kind of jump ahead. And sometimes it's just a change to the signal that allows us to hold the green light a little longer to help us get through the light. So there are a number of strategies that we can do. We've employed some of those in the city of Portland. We now have money to start employing those strategies outside the city of Portland into Beaverton and other suburban communities where we're experiencing congestion. So yes, absolutely, we would love to continue to work with your staff on that.
Thank you. And then my last comment is, I'm very excited about this just because I moved to Beaverton because of land use laws in Oregon, transit, being able to ride my bike places. It's very nerdy. One of the challenges for riding transit here in the metro area was when I wanted to ride my bike to the train or the bus, and the racks were either too small for certain types of tires or wheels, or there wasn't a lot of space for it. So just something to keep in mind as we add more service. That last mile or 3 mile connection here in Beaverton sometimes is really important. So if we can overcome some of those just design barriers on some of the buses or trains in the future, that'd be great.
I also want to echo some of Councilor Teeter's points around density, but for those that are watching, they're going to tweet hate us later. We do not own the property around any of the MAX stations that are vacant. And so if you own the property and want to sell it, like, please let me know. Everyone else that's going to rage tweet later tonight, we don't own it and we can't force them to sell it to us. Councilor Kimmy.
Thank you all for coming in, give a wonderful presentation. I always had a lot of questions with TriMet, but most of the questions were answered. About 2 years ago, I was riding a MAX from here through downtown to go to the convention center to see auto show. And then I was literally fearful of my life going through the downtown area because of somebody who's high or mental problems. So ever since then, I just didn't ride any more public transportation because of the fear of my life. So it is good to hear that you're taking some action. But as long as people have fear, have experienced that, it's hard to get them back on the public transit. And so what can we do as a city or you to tell the message to the public that it is safe, it's okay to ride public transit?
First, we need to set the example. And as I stated to you, I ride 5 days a week. I catch the train at sunset and go into downtown. And then any meeting that I go to in downtown or in another county, I'm taking transit to the location. I think telling the story, I think, Councilor, here, our communication plan, so JC is our public information and external affairs. We've got to tighten that and become a little bit more strategic and really rolling that out to the region to let them know exactly what we're doing all the time. I'll give you one here. Probably no one here, maybe a few people know that we have worked with Multnomah County and we've brought on our own prosecutors. So we have 2 deputy prosecutors that work directly for TriMet to prosecute felony charges and also misdemeanor charges. And again, it's our goal to really get that information out to let people know exactly what's going on and the improvements that we're doing. Because in order to get people back on the system, I think safety is that number one thing where people, they don't feel safe, they're not going to use it. Mm-hmm. So we have a lot of work ahead. We really need your help. I was just talking to Mayor Beatty just recently about working with Beaverton and everything that we can do to make TriMet safe. We want to work with the city of Beaverton.
Thank you so much for that answer. It gives me peace. I'll tell my community and everybody that it's okay to ride TriMet now. Well, another question is connecting last mile. That's been my forte for last year or so with our transportation department. And I was wondering how well you communicate with our city staff in regards to that, because it seems like all the bus routes and stops are geared toward commuters in the morning and night. But then that a lot of elderly folks or somebody who live in a single housing, they need to go to the grocery store, they need to go to other places to daily chores, but it's very hard from your home to go to the bus stop. And I heard also that 42-foot buses, it's hard for them to go to residential streets. Is there any plan that you have, or can you talk to our city staff about establishing smaller buses, local city area that could go to neighborhoods and connect them to the major ways?
Sure. Yeah. There's a few things we do for last mile. Of course, the first is, as I was saying earlier, by having more bus service and, again, gearing that bus service towards not just the rush hour, but really having an improved frequency throughout the entire day, 7 days a week, really goes a long way in making it more accessible to people who don't, get on at 7 in the morning and ride to Portland and then leave at 5 and come home. So doing that is the first step. Another step that we do is we work with Washington County and we pass through grant funding from the state, and then they're able to use that to operate shuttles around the region. So you may have seen there's a shuttle in North Hillsborough, an employment shuttle in North Hillsborough. There's a shuttle in Forest Grove. There's one in Tualatin. And so Washington County is looking at opportunities for expanding that program as well. And we're working together with them on that. And then lastly, in terms of smaller buses, we do operate 30-foot buses in areas where we can't operate a 40-foot bus. But that's the smallest bus we operate now. But are looking for opportunities to do it. Of course, you know, we like to group people together because it's more economical for us. We can't compete with Uber or taxi companies, so we can only get so small before we're basically running Uber. But we are looking for opportunities to improve that last mile connection.
I would like to just add on, this is critical, that question that you brought forward. We are in the process at TriMet now talking about Vision 2030. And it's a vision that we are looking at riding 120 million people annually. So if you think about 2020, when COVID approached us, we were at about 105 million riders. So we're in that process of talking, how do we get people back onto the system? How do we keep it safe, reliable, and clean? How do we look innovative? We can't continue to look at the things that we're doing or we did before COVID. So we've got to open up and talk with communities and get communities involved to help us. I came from places, 2 different places, where they have something that's called microtransit, which is another mode of service that they had. Not saying that it will work here, but it's something that we've got to open the books up and have the conversations to talk about how do we get more people riding first and last mile, and then how do we get more people on transit.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sam and team, for joining us this evening. Like you, we are all watching what the City of Portland does on open use. I know our city attorney is watching as well, and so League of Cities has been engaged with them, and I think they'll be kind of the first out of the gate. And so I don't think there's necessarily an ask for this council right now, but we are watching closely on what the City of Portland does.
Well, thank you, Mayor and councilors. Thank you for being here, City Manager as well. We look forward to hosting our board meeting here on September 27th. And actually, hopefully some of you can join us as well.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you.
Councilor Kimmy, I think we could get scooters for last mile. I heard that's something you're really into. Yeah. So cool. All right, we have our next agenda item 23172, an update on the Bloomberg Harvard City Leadership Initiative. I think our city manager will be kicking us off with our assistant city manager, Sia.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. If I could have the slide deck. Just to orient you, tonight's presentation, albeit it should be brief, is about really the city's experience participating in the Bloomberg City Leadership Initiative. And Beaverton applied for and was selected to be a part of Bloomberg's cross-boundary collaboration program, where we have the opportunity to work with other cities across the globe and work with Harvard academics to tackle some of the complex challenges facing communities. So we would like to show you a really quick clip of summarizing our experience, and then we'll go into a little bit of detail about what our journey was like.
Well, welcome to Building a Better Beaverton. Partnering with the Bloomberg Harvard City Leadership Initiative, we've assembled a mighty team of 8 and have gone out and worked with academic experts and public professionals across the globe to address the challenge of homelessness. And right here in Beaverton, we want to use this opportunity to update you on our progress to date and talk to you a little bit about how we plan to tackle chronic street homelessness in central Beaverton, because everybody deserves to be safe and housed.
Since the pandemic, the number of homeless people spending time around the library has steadily increased. At a certain point in November, December of 2022, the numbers had grown to between 8 and 12 people sleeping in front of the library doorway nightly. This Bloomberg Harvard project started just when the issue had really come to a head. The library and the city were receiving complaints from community members, upset that the library didn't feel safe and welcoming. Because of the widespread community concern and the high degree of visibility of this issue, the library and Central Beaverton became the short-term focus of Building a Better Beaverton's work.
Our focused approach resulted in approximately 50% reduction since December in the average number of people that use the area as a place to sleep at night, including placing over a dozen people into various forms of shelters.
The Beaverton Police Department's bike team has been diligently working at building strong relationships with various stakeholders within Washington County, and more specifically Beaverton. In the past 3 months, through these efforts, we have seen an improved collaborative response, specifically with Greater Goods Northwest, our outreach partners, in assisting those experiencing homelessness.
During record-breaking snowfall in late February, we had an urgent need for more space to shelter people from the harsh elements. Thanks to our agency partnerships and the devotion of our homeless outreach organizations, in a matter of 7 hours, we were able to perform a temporary emergency opening of a future homeless shelter in Beaverton.
The governor's emergency declaration on homelessness was quickly followed by a similar emergency declaration by our own city council. We are now working to extend our current temporary winter shelter so that we can provide 40 shelter beds throughout the summer months until our new year-round shelter comes online sometime this next year.
In Beaverton, the team of 8 has also focused on working with supportive housing services in the county to help meet their goals of addressing unsheltered homelessness in downtown Beaverton. A few highlights include we've been able to provide capital gap funding so that they can proceed with building their shelter.
Recently, we were able to reconvene many from our original group of 40 to update them on our progress since starting work with the Bloomberg Harvard group. They had great feedback and are excited to engage in the process moving forward. We are excited to have a fresh group to pass some of the work pieces off to.
That concludes our progress to date as we work to tackle chronic street homelessness in central Beaverton, because everyone deserves to be safe and housed. So what you just saw was basically a homework assignment that we were given probably less than a week to do, and we had to capture our work to date in 3 minutes, I believe. So that was the presentation that you saw, and there was so much more to it that we'll share with you this evening. If you put up the slides, I just want to recognize that. So there is a team of 8 that represents a cross-section of industries that were directly involved in our homelessness challenge. And this is ranging from administration to boots on the ground, and that includes Mike Bachman from Greater Good Northwest, Alicia Burns from Beaverton Chamber, Don Bogart, City Library, myself as the senior leader, Kim Hahn from Tualatin Fire and Rescue, Chief Jepson from Beaverton Police, Marnie Kuhl from Washington County, and of course, Sia Lindstrom, our interim assistant city manager. And we also worked alongside of about 10 other cities, many from this nation and other from across the globe, that were having difficult challenges like us, and some similar. There were actually 2 other groups that were tackling homelessness, and you can see that list up there. And if you look at the next slide, this really outlines what our project timeline was. And we began by first convening and working with the mayor, identifying 40 stakeholders, community stakeholders that really had a vested interest in this process, and they really helped us understand how to identify the issue. And we also wanted to teach them what we learned at Harvard and provided input along the way. And so we worked alongside of them to deconstruct and to reimagine what chronic homelessness is at the library and what it could and couldn't be. And so we want to talk to you a little bit about our journey. I won't go through this timeline, but Sia and Don and Mike will walk you through some of the learnings that we had and what that process looked like, and then really what the results were as a result of our endeavor in working with Bloomberg.
Great. Thank you, Jenny. Good evening. First, a big thank you to the mayor for getting us involved in this project. It was a wonderful learning experience. We're going to share with you both kind of the content, but also some of the process learnings we had along the way. And I'm going to be handing some of this off to Mike and Dawn here, but we also have in the audience Chief Jepson and Alicia from
chamber. So I just want to acknowledge that our mighty team of 8, a good chunk of them were able to make it tonight. Next slide. So first, I just want to give you a taste of what we learned. And I had the challenge of trying to take 6 months of learning and distilling it down to one slide. So here's my attempt at this. So Bloomberg Harvard was asking us to embrace something called the problem-driven iterative adaptation. It's a process, PDIA process. And it starts by asking us to really define the problem well. They really honed in on the fact that for many of these complex social issues, it's very difficult to tackle them, and one of the common errors is to not define your problem well from the very beginning. And that if you don't do a good job of defining your problem and getting stakeholders on board with what the definition of the problem truly is, that you will have a hard time with your solutions down the road. So that's the first step. Second step was problem deconstruction. We won't go into the fun that our team had trying to deconstruct our problem, but as you can imagine, homelessness is not an easy problem to deconstruct. And so we went through quite a few iterations of that. But the idea behind that is to break it into smaller, more manageable parts so that you can really start honing in on what they call where the real reform can begin. That's where the magic is. Third step in this is to identify multiple entry points. And as you can guess, with these complex problems, there is not a single solution. And so part of this really is breaking it down into manageable bites. But it is also about acknowledging that there are going to be places where you can make some early change because you have bigger, what they call change space, right? They really asked us to be practical, pragmatic about where you have change space, start to move into those spaces as early entry points, and then begin to build momentum for change over time. And then finally, the last piece, and we really loved this piece, was about iteration and learning. Part of the reason we loved this was because it gives you permission to fail, to try and fail, because they really say that you have to fail forward. And it's only through the failure that you learn what works and what doesn't. You learn from those small failures so that your next iteration is stronger than the last one. So we really liked that piece in particular. You'll hear some places where we worked on that. So this is the PDIA process. Now you can test us as we walk through to see how well we actually followed this PDIA process. So I'm going to start with the next slide, which is about our problem statement. This is a very simple problem statement that took us a long time to get to. And it is that we will tackle chronic street homelessness in central Beaverton. Public value behind that, because everyone deserves to be safe and housed. Next slide, please. So here were our entry points. We walked out of New York City with 2 of these in February. And the short-term goal was around transitioning the folks who were camping in front of the library. And you'll remember in February, that was, we had a lot of people camping in front of the library. There was a lot of tension around that. And so as our short-term goal, we really wanted to address that. And we'll be talking about that here in a minute. Don will give us an overview of that. Longer term, we really wanted to look at the fragmentation and the coordination among our service providers. It's a very fragmented system. How do we address it more effectively? Midway, the governor made her emergency declaration on homelessness, and you all did as well a week later. And so we were midstream when all of that happened. And because of that, we added this medium-term goal about expanding our low barrier shelter capacity. So this really was about iterating as we went along. Next slide, please. And with that, I'm going to hand it off to Mike, who will talk a little bit about equity, and then Dawn about the library. Mike, it's you. If we can get the microphone to work for him there.
There we go. So one of the big points that we wanted to pay attention to was who was speaking here. And you can see a lot through the variety of people on our team. From myself at Boots on the Ground all the way up to city management and the library and the chamber. We had a lot of voices that had a lot of inputs throughout the larger community, but one that was really absent was our unhoused community. So in the spirit of PDIA, where don't let perfect stand in the way of good, my team at Greater Good Northwest, we threw together a very quick and dirty data plan to start bringing in our information directly from the unhoused community here in Beaverton. At the larger level, we have a lot of information available, but it wasn't focused in our area, and it didn't give us something that we could track and measure what we were doing. So over the course of a few weeks, we started really kind of redeveloping that data as it came so that we could track and measure on a week-by-week basis what we were doing and what effect we were having, and not just what we saw as the effect, but what the people that we were trying to help, what they saw as the effect and what they saw as the need. And that really changed the way that we looked at this. That's where that number from the presentation of about a 50% reduction. Right now, and I'll let Dawn speak to more to what is happening at the library in a minute, it's a virtually eliminated problem there in front of the library. We still have an unhoused community here in Beaverton, and we are still making a lot of progress, but by pointedly engaging their input into how to solve this problem, we made rapid progress, literally over the course of a few weeks. And then in the larger conversation, it wasn't just the people on our team that we were bringing these voices with this larger group of 40 stakeholders, and then part of the process was sending us out on a weekly basis to find new people to talk to ask about their opinions on this. And that really prompted us to engage some people that we really probably wouldn't have thought about initially. After 4 weeks of finding people to go out and talk to, you start to get creative. And that led us to really engaging more neighborhood groups, more faith-based organizations, more specific businesses, and how their business was experiencing it. So in bringing this to everybody in the community and getting their input on it really allowed us to develop a very specific plan there.
Let's see. Oh, that works. Great. We're ready for next slide then. Okay, so one of the first entry points that we looked to was the library and City Park area for all the reasons that have been mentioned already and the things that you probably all remember about last winter. It was a big problem, and a problem that was ripe for this process because it was one where it was very unclear who was in charge, right? Whose problem was it and who needed to solve it? And so one of the things that we did with this first entry point was to create a problem-solving team that brought those groups all together. So it was no longer, well, library, you need to solve it, or police department, you need to solve it, or outreach, you need to solve it, or city manager's office, you need to solve it. We're all at the table talking about different solutions and getting regular updates, like Mike alluded to with the new data gathering, regular updates, what's happening this week, what's happening, what can we do for next week, and really checking back on a rapid basis. And so that gave us the ability to pivot, to make changes, and to really think about people on an individual level. Because when we're talking about 8 to 12 people sleeping in front of the library, that doesn't sound like a huge number. It looks like a huge number when you see 8 individuals or a dozen individuals who don't have what they need to be safe and warm overnight. But that's a reasonable number of people to get to know and to help on a one-to-one basis and to help in ways that make sense to them, which then lead to what we're starting to see, which is some long-term successes where folks are not just moved from one place that's too in the way to another place that's a little bit less out of the way, but actually addressing some of those root causes and addressing some of those needs on a longer term basis, which I think has been a really powerful part of the process to see. So a big piece of the library was that pulling together that problem solving team and making sure that the people in the room all had a stake and all had a voice. And we, as you can see on the slide, our goal was to have everyone successfully transitioned into shelter and or viable housing, and we count ourselves as partially successful because probably about 80% of those folks, and really right now in the summertime, we're not seeing anyone sleeping in front of the library. That may transition as the weather changes, but huge difference.
Next slide, and we'll hand it back to Mike to talk about service fragmentation.
Well, and to touch on kind of that 80% number and how this plays into it, we're actually significantly farther along than that. We are roughly, of those folks in that time frame, we've housed or placed just about everybody. We have almost 40 placements in that time frame into long-term sheltering or housing. One of the things that we had to start into was the fragmentation of services, the difficulty in accessing social services effectively and where people are at. And we got extremely lucky when the governor's declaration of emergency came out. That gave a lot of funding, finance, and push behind that. So that brings us to where we're at with the LC3 process. The Local Community Command Center is these counties' implementation of the governor's declaration of emergency. I am central in that, and that really turned into almost ideally what we were looking at. On our rough napkin sketches as far as service fragmentation, this has really become it. We're meeting on a weekly basis with all of the players that have decision-making power in those. And at this point, in the last 3 weeks, we've housed another 12 people into permanent placements. We are on track to break 25 by the time we're done with this, with the plans that we have in place. And that allows us to get closer to that virtual zero, where anybody that we're encountering within a 30 to 45 day time frame, we have the capacity to move them into something, whether that be short-term sheltering, long-term sheltering, or housing. And with the governor's declaration and the funding that comes behind it, we have the ability to break the financial barriers that are what most folks are facing. And now when we have our year-round shelter in place, next year, that will allow us to really just maintain that net zero effect, where we can have somebody inside and directly accessing social services within that 30-day time frame. Greater Good Northwest has been a huge part in the planning of that shelter as well, and one of the core things that we've really been pushing is on-site access and case management, and we can move quickly at that point. And that's really been the holdup in the past, and really what this new process and this new plan out of Bloomberg turned into is rapid movement.
Good. Mike, thank you. Next slide. Now we're on to entry point number 3, which was expansion of our low barrier shelter capacity. As Mike mentioned, we had the infusion of large number of dollars fairly quickly because of the governor's emergency declaration. It allowed us to take some of the capacity we had and extend it. Standing up shelter bed capacity was a key thing there, and so because we had all the infrastructure in place through our winter shelter, we were able to expand that to be year-round. So it was a matter of all of these pieces coming together, the right place, right time, so that we were able to make that happen, so that we now have shelter capacity stood up until our permanent new shelter opens. So it was terrific the way that all came together. The other piece, though, that was an unexpected benefit, we had a lot of the infrastructure in place when the bad weather came in February. I was just looking at these dates. I didn't remember that it was in February. It's a busy month. That we were able to stand up the new shelter, which has not been outfitted yet, to be a temporary overflow. And that was really critical during the bad weather at that particular point. So the fact that we were able to move so quickly under the emergency declaration that you all put in place to do that was really key. So that was entry point number 3 for us, was to really make sure that we got all those in place. Next slide. So I'm going to leave you with a few notes. I will say it was great to be at the table. We were one of 10 cities. We were one of the smaller ones. I like to think that we were small but mighty. And we had some big cities at the table, right? San Diego, Helsinki, Cleveland. I mean, we had some big players there. And we walked away with a few kudos that we hadn't expected. So for that little 3-minute video you saw, they did a contest where we all got to vote on who got, in this case, it was Team Progress. And we didn't get first place, but we got runner-up on the Team Progress Award. And I included here a couple of the quotes from some of our cohort cities about why they voted for us, why they liked our project. They talked about our public value, the human aspect of what we were doing, and I would say that came through loud and clear, and I'm glad it did for them as well, our sense of community and our visual results. The story about the winter shelter stand-up in February got a lot of traction for people. They were impressed that we were able to do that. The complexity of our issue and the fact that we were able to advance on several fronts really made a difference. Since we've left, they selected one of our homework assignments was a blog, and a big thanks to Kim over at TVFNR. She actually drafted that blog for us, and it was selected by Harvard for publication, which is great. And we've also been selected for case study development, so we will become learning for the next cohorts who come along. They really liked our process and want to make sure that it is an avenue for learning for future cohorts. So that was our small but mighty team, and with that, I think we will turn it over for any questions or comments. Mayor, I know you were a part of this all the way through, so invite any comments from you too.
I am just so pleased with the outcome. You know, when I was applying for the program, I knew it would come with some staff expectations. So like I always do, I warm up the city manager to the idea that I'm about to do something, and we go back and forth on whether we have the capacity and where we're gonna at. And I said, you know, when I first started, it was about investment in the city manager and I. And if you know, when we started this, it was a lot. We were coming out of a pandemic, change of government, change fatigue. So the aspect of investing in our senior management here was incredibly attractive to me, particularly because it was free to the city. As we started developing the program and thinking about what we were going to do next and what they could help us with, homelessness was something I desperately wanted us to address. And when we think about homelessness in its totality, we fail to take meaningful first steps, and we continue to have this issue of homelessness. And what I'm so glad that you guys did was drill down into an area where we could take a meaningful first step. And when we were reporting back to the group of 40, I wanted to give the mayor's cliff notes to see a slide. That last slide of the dude fitting the sheet in the homeless shelter was my husband. Sia didn't know that when she picked the out of our slide deck here at the city, but it was so meaningful to me because most of you know my husband experienced homelessness in high school, and when I think about our homeless community, I think about dignity, and I think about someone like my husband, and there he was giving back, and he's served on a lot of boards, has become focal for our family to address this issue from a humanitarian standpoint. But also it's a livability issue for Central Beaverton, for businesses, and our ability to bring people into this problem and make meaningful progress towards dignity is something, the mayor, I'm very proud of you guys for doing. You know I'm a control freak, so it's hard for me to not be in the nitty gritty. And Sia and I'd call her and she'd be like, I got it, Mayor, like, let me handle it. And so she was your guys' ally, and I just wanted to be part of the cool kids in the team of 8. But empowering not just our staff here, but bringing in partners from nonprofit, to have Marnie from Public Health, one of the assistant city administrators, go on this trip. I also think it signals to the community that we know it takes every level of government working together to solve problems like this. And so we knew from the jump we wanted other jurisdictions to go partner hand in hand with us. And when the governor was declaring that emergency, I was at Disneyland talking to her on the phone, talking to the city manager, drafting things when I promised my child I would not work, but it was too important. I was standing in lines at Pirates of the Caribbean, my favorite ride, editing these documents because it was so important to us, because there's no easy day when crises are unfolding in our streets. Thank you for the work that you were doing, for doing this on top of your jobs. Like, this was an additional thing. And I just want to say that Harvard and Bloomberg has invested in our city. A lot of our staff have got to take professional level classes with them. We have an opportunity to hopefully send another cohort to focus on HR related issues for the city. And so I think it's been meaningful. Thank you guys for what you've done. And of course, as the mayor, I'm going to brag about you guys and take credit later. Thank you. With that, where did we start out? Council President.
Thank you. This is presentation time, and I'm kind of a stickler for the agenda rules, but I have to say a little comment here because I was so impressed by the work you did. The mayor's words were very eloquent here to acknowledge the gratitude that we have for the work you did. This work is truly saving lives, and you're creating a safer Beaverton. Setting a goal to end homelessness in the city is aspirational, but setting a goal to end homelessness at the library is achievable, and that's incredible. And like as I'm reading this process, I work in
agile software development, and like we do the same thing where you have to have a clear problem statement and then you have to iterate. And it's pretty amazing to hear about the success. And truly, thank you. You're saving lives. My only question was about the net zero. Is that just at the library?
So we started at the library. This LC3 process is the driving force of it, and that is central Beaverton. So our boundaries are essentially, for this program, Murray to 217, and I believe it's Walker down to Allen. That's our central focus area for the first round. The LC3 process is going to continue as long as there is a declaration of emergency. This is our turn with the initial intensive. The focus here is to get everybody inside, and it'll be a continually developing process. And as we get a better handle on everything in central Beaverton, my goal is to expand out initially to the west, and then north, and then east. So I have a 2-year goal on this, but we just started the library in central, and we're going to work our way around.
And I'll just note we've got Megan Cohen online too as our internal homelessness guru in case we need her.
Councillor Tivenon.
I wanted to break out into applause, I think 4 or 5 times while you were talking, but it didn't seem appropriate. But I, just like with the TriMet presentation came before, something major disrupted the way things were and forced us to think outside of the status quo. And I think that's happening here too. And like the comment I'd made about, excuse me, level of service being commensurate across the counties, that you can't have people riding the buses if the buses aren't there, and they aren't there in ways that people need them to be. We cannot address and solve this homelessness crisis unless there's enough shelters and shelter beds and agencies working together and all of that. The PDIA model, I think it should be an overlay for any conflict on a personal level up to a government level. It's just so simplistic and elegant, and I think we're incredibly lucky that Beaverton was a part of this. I think that case study is going to resonate for years to come, so I hope you're really proud of yourselves as well as each other, and I'm sure it's resulted in lifelong bonds between all of you, because I think you actually did move the needle on this. So thank you for your work.
Councillor Teeter.
Mike, you said when you first started reaching out and asking the unhoused population there at the library what they actually needed or what their thoughts were on this process, it really started changing things, and you referenced that some of their needs were mostly financial. Is that accurate? Like, is financial needs, or was there anything else? What were your first things that you were hearing from them, everything like that?
So obviously supplies and resources are one of the primary asks. Once we started to get past that basic survival necessity, what we started to recognize with a lot of the people who were chronically unhoused were just facing the cost of being unhoused, and that initial bump of cash in order to get somebody into an apartment or to take care of a past rental debt that was disqualifying them from being able to apply for an apartment and things like that, which in the grand scheme of things is not big dollar amounts, but when you are surviving day to day, coming up with $2,000 is a big ask. So some of the things that we did was a few folks, we just bought the problem away. In a lot of cases, that's really what it takes. Within the folks on my list right now with the LC3 process, I've got maybe a dozen out of the 50 that I'm centrally focusing on. Did a couple of grant just makes the whole problem go away. So those are the low-hanging fruit. Those are the really easy ones to solve. And we get that out of the way, and we start focusing on the more difficult ones.
Great, thank you. And then the second and last question was just, do we have the ongoing support or funding that we need to make this sustainable and not just a one-time successful program? Because it's great, and we'd love to see it continue.
I love that question. Thank you. Yeah, because that is ultimately the goal, is to make it something that's sustainable over time. I have two answers to that. One is kind of the process, question about how do we make sure that we're continuing to integrate this PDIA process, continuing to iterate and bring in some of the flexible response that we know we need to do. But the other is about funding in particular, and we are having a lot of conversations with Washington County, and you will be seeing this is foreshadowing what's coming on your agenda here in the next month or so. The conversations with Washington County about the supportive housing services funding to support the work that we're doing here at the city, and really kind of institutionalizing that a little bit more. So this is just a foreshadowing of a more thorough update that you're going to be getting next month.
Great, thanks for the teaser.
Yeah.
Councilor Duggar.
Yeah, I'll be really quick. In January, the mayor and the council president and I had the opportunity to go to Salem for the day, and we got a tour of their tiny home village, and I still think about that to this day, because I would say maybe 30% of the tiny homes had mobility devices outside of them. I had never thought about people unhoused. Is that chronically needing of resources and everything? It's a very eye-opening moment for me. I will say this. I have the privilege of living and doing everything pretty much in central Beaverton. When I started exactly a year ago almost, to this day on this council, it is all anyone ever wanted to talk about in central Beaverton. We walk probably 50 miles a month. Everyone stops me. Everyone wanted to talk about it. I think last month I was speaking with Alicia here from the chamber. No one's asking about it anymore. It is shocking how much progress has been made. So as a counselor, I'm incredibly proud of the work, and you deserve all the kudos, and the process makes a lot of sense. As a neighbor, I'm in awe of the speed at which this has happened. And I just want to keep it going and expand it. I'm excited about your plan to continue the growth, but I can tell you, I think I'm the only person in central Beaverton talking about it now, which is shocking to me, and I'm partially kidding there, but it has been noticeable, and I hope you know that. I hope you know the impact you've had, not only on the unhoused communities, which desperately need the help, but on the perception of central Beaverton, the perception particularly around the library. It has been incredible. So kudos to the team. Thank you.
If you need some talking points or want to talk to people about, I'll send you a list. Councilor Husson.
I was going to say second, but before I ask, Mayor, I heard you say the second cohort to do with HR. What can you talk a little bit more about? Is there something there? Because I know I'd want to weigh in on what the second cohort would be doing.
No, we have to apply, and we're still in the process. So.
Okay. So I just want to, for the record, if there is a second cohort, I'd love to make sure we're all talking about some of the issues that we want. But amazing, super exciting work. Second, everything Councilor Duggar said, and my fellow councilors. One comment, the service fragmentation, that really stuck with me. It's not just an issue for our homeless community, our houseless community. It's an issue for all of our communities. And I hope, as we continue to think about what services look like for all of our constituents here in Beaverton, that we think of service fragmentation for all of our historically excluded communities. So, thank you.
Councilor Kimmy.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's wonderful to hear. And then I also used to live in downtown, but I still work there. It's a little secret. But I see tremendous difference. My wife and I walk there all the time after lunch or during lunch. And then you see everyday changes, but I haven't seen much at all for the last month or two or even 3 months. So I was wondering, what are we doing different that so drastically made this downtown area so different than before? I love to hear the results. I like see this continuing. And hopefully this method of how we solve the problem can be for throughout the city, how we practice and ongoing. Hopefully we get funding also and get training. So it's great to see. And this first time I think I saw Mayor tearing up a little bit. I almost prepared the little tissue for you, but and hold it in.
I appreciate that from time to time. Got to crack some emotion. Thank you so much for joining us today, and we look forward to hearing. And I will leave you with this. When Sam, our previous presenter, came to my office last week, the very first thing out of his mouth was, what are you doing differently here? And do people know? And I said, well, I do think people know, because if you look at the governor's team that she just pulled together, it looks awfully familiar to what we just did here. So thank you. I think we're already an example in the region.
Great.
All right.
Thanks, you all.
Okay, we need to take a 5-minute recess per the council, so let's come back at 7:45. Thank you. Or afternoon making us bread, so everyone's over there eating it. So, all right, we are on to our 2 public hearings of the evening. The next item on our agenda is a public hearing on a resolution establishing rates for the collection of solid waste. Before we begin, I will ask the city attorney to explain how people can participate in this hearing.
Thank you, Mayor. Anyone wishing to speak at this hearing should follow the instructions included on tonight's agenda. For those attending in person, please complete a yellow visitor comment card found on the table nearby the doors at the back of the council chambers. Once the card's filled out, give the card to the city recorder seated at the end of the dais and wait to be called. For those attending this meeting virtually, you may comment by telephone or online. If you're joined the meeting by phone, enter *9 and let the city recorder know that you wish to speak. Alternatively, if you join this meeting online, you can let the city recorder know that you wish to speak by clicking on the raise hand feature. Each member of the public who speaks at tonight's meeting or hearing has up to 3 minutes to speak. When you speak, please give your name and address for the record. After questions of the presenter, when all public comments have concluded, council members may ask the city attorney or staff any questions helpful to their decision regarding the proposed resolution. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, Mayor, there is. Mayor Beatty and City Councilors, for the record, I am Scott Keller, Senior Program Manager overseeing our sustainability and recycling programs. And with me is Elizabeth Cole, who is our recycling program coordinator. Next slide. Tonight, Elizabeth and I will give a brief overview of what is proposed in the rates and services package on the council agenda for the evening. That includes key factors leading to a proposed rate increase, a new program to assist low-income households, and changes to our residential composting and bulky waste services. Next slide. The last garbage rate increase was approved 2 years ago in September 2021. Since that time, the cost to dispose of our garbage, sometimes called the tip fee, has increased by almost 19% or just under $22 per ton. The public transfer station tip fee is set annually by Metro to ensure landfill disposal and regional administration costs are fully covered. Also impacting rates is that although improving, supply chain impacts in the global economy are having a disruptive effect on the purchase of some of the equipment that haulers need. Replacement fleet collection trucks are allowable expenses in our franchise system, with trucks typically used for a period of 12 years, but we're in a situation where replacement trucks have been ordered, but few have been delivered since 2020. That means we anticipate more replacement trucks being added to expense ledgers in the coming years, far more than is normal in any given year. General inflation has also contributed to increased expenses as the cost of labor, fuel, and other equipment has increased. Next slide. This rate package also proposes a new program to provide reduced rates for low-income households. There was strong interest from city councilors for this when we discussed rates in 2021, and it is a goal identified in the Metro Region's 2030 Regional Waste Plan. Washington County implemented such a program in January of this year, and the city of Hillsborough recently adopted the same model beginning in January 2024. City staff proposes using the county Hillsborough model as a template for Beaverton. Next slide. As we've engaged in discussions about this, some of our planning objectives during the development process were to create a long-term program that was relatively self-funded, that optimized administrative and time and costs, that it was to be developed in partnership with the franchised haulers as service providers, and that it was easy and accessible for eligible participants to apply. The recommended program would provide a 75% discount off standard monthly garbage rates to franchisee customers who earn less than 185% of the federal poverty level. The 185% criteria is used by a number of other assistance programs that you may be familiar with, including one by the Tualatin Valley Water District, the National Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, WIC, the Women and Infants and Children Program, as well as free and reduced lunch programs. For 2023 in Beaverton, that would mean a family of 4 household with income less than $55,000 would be eligible for reduced rates. We know that the utility bill for garbage is among the lower utility bills, so it's not going to make a total difference, but partly is similar to what's the last presentation. Sometimes every little bit will make a bit of a difference. Next slide. This would largely be a self-funded program in which the cost of service for reduced rate customers would be included in the costs of the entire customer base. That means for approximately every 200 customers in the reduced rate program, rates would increase by about a quarter, or 24 cents for the most common customer size, or service level size, and similar percentage increases for other garbage cart sizes. We have been told by other assistance programs that they typically take 3 to 4 years to reach full program maturity. So we won't immediately reach everybody in the first year, which would be expected, therefore, in 2028, with 800 to 1,000 customers in Beaverton taking advantage of the rate, which would be approximately $1 of the overall rate for most every other customer. To better manage and plan for the rate impacts and administrative costs of that system, we propose a phased-in approach by enrolling approximately 250 of those customers each year over the 4-year phase-in period. That will enable us to have predictable administrative costs, as well as to manage what the overall cost of the system would be for the rest of the rate structure. So rather than do $1 now but not necessarily need that whole system, basically a quarter a year for the next 4 years would be needed for that. Next slide. The city would enter into a contract with a community partner for the administrative review of applications. Candidates would submit an assistance application to the community partner, who would verify income eligibility, household size, and ensure the customer is within the city limits. Applicants and franchise haulers would be notified of approvals, and the hauler would then provide the discounted rate for a 2-year period, at which time the customer would be asked to reapply to verify continued eligibility. The 2-year was a discussion point among the other jurisdictions, just because there's a lot of times when somebody kind of goes in and out of that official poverty level, and there needed to be a little bit of a level of consistency on what to expect, rather than having to reapply every few months or even once a year, and decided that 2 years was a good marking point to at least start that program with. The city will receive aggregate data on enrolled applicants, but not individual household names or income levels. And if approved tonight, we will continue pursuing a contract with a community partner and then begin implementing the program in early 2024.
Next slide, please. Changing topics, compost expansion. So our current residential compost program provides service to single-family households with yard debris service utilizing a 60-gallon roll cart. This large size of cart, while handy for homes with yards, can be a barrier to participation for no yards, small yards, etc. They also can pose a problem for storage space with some of our higher density housing units. Several solutions to address this barrier were explored with our franchised haulers, and we found that providing the option of a smaller 32-gallon cart will allow our customers the choice of that smaller cart while maintaining service efficiencies provided by our automated collection trucks, and will have a nominal rate impact. Next slide, please. And then regarding bulky waste, to make rates more transparent, we're recommending restructuring the collection costs for our collecting of large items. And these are like your couches, mattress, things that just don't fit in your garbage, your regular garbage cart. Currently, the collection rate's estimated at an hourly rate, so that rate can vary based on where you're located or your hauler. It can be a little hard to estimate when you're calling for service. So our new rate structure should help to clarify that collection cost, hopefully decrease any financial surprises for our customers and community members when they call in for service. Next slide.
Next slide. The increased expenses from disposal, fleet costs, and inflation, along with the program changes that we've outlined tonight and that are described in your packet, lead to the rate proposal in the resolution. For Beaverton residential customers with 32-gallon size garbage carts, which is the most frequent size, that would mean a rate increase of $1.39 per month beginning in October. Commercial customers would see an increase in their business rates depending on the container size and their frequency of service. The chart on the left kind of shows the 30-year Beaverton history of what our rates have done in past rate increases. And the chart on the right compares our rates to other cities and counties in the region, with Beaverton having some of the most comprehensive services at the lower end of the rate scale. Next slide. This concludes our presentation tonight. I will note that because of the potential of another Metro tip fee increase next July, as well as the possible impacts of the fleet trucks finally being delivered more regularly than in the past, as well as the reduced rate program, that we may kind of break our pattern of not coming to you every year for a rate increase, and it may mean that we need to come back in next year for a follow-up increase. However, we will review all the financial data when it comes in early 2024 to see if that's really necessary. But we didn't want to just make you think that this was the last increase and you won't hear for us a couple of years, as is usually the case. It's possible that you will need to come back again, and this is just like a moderate increase this year to avoid a larger increase next year. So that concludes our presentation. We're open to any questions or moving to the public hearing as you wish.
Thank you, Scott. And I think the way that your voice was inflecting there, I thought you were going to say, when we're not coming back for 3 years. And then you said, we're coming back in 6 months. So now I'm trying to let my brain catch up to what you're saying. My question for you, though, is how are we going to delineate between single-family homes and multifamily? Multifamily garbage pickup rates is already cheaper than single-family homes. Like the cost. And so are we going to prioritize low-income families and single-family homes, or what's your guys' plan?
This program is only for single-family houses.
Okay.
I mean, that multifamily is often bundled as part of their rent.
Yep,
sometimes it's a special fee. We will look at that in the future, but at this point, it's really targeted at the people who are directly paying the bill.
Thank you. Councillor Hassan.
Similar to what the mayor was bringing up, I was going to say, right, like apartments, like you're a renter, so you don't see this, it shows up in your rent, just to clarify. Okay. What is your process for selecting a community partner?
We will have conversations with kind of the community partner we already work with as a city to see if this could be added to their workload. The Community Action of Washington County handles a lot of an existing phasing out garbage assistance program, as well as some of the city's water bill programs. So we will see if we can work with them. There is some anticipation or belief that having somebody who's familiar with the overall services of a city, they can give a holistic answer, and that if they're referred for a discount in their water bill, it's like, oh, you also are qualified for this, and we're aware of that, and they can kind of tackle it with multiple places. So that will be a first step for at least the first year of the contract, to consider that, and then see how it works, and we may need to do like an RFP to evaluate that for a competitive process also.
I think my comment would be, and it's been a while since I've heard with folks about community action in the past, is just making sure that we are vetting kind of the best community partner to ensure that that folks who need it are able to access it.
We've heard that from you in the past.
You're here it again. Thank you.
Yes.
Councillor Duggar.
Yeah. Are there any language gaps protecting our residents in the contracts? And I'll give an example. In our last presentation, we heard about the weather event in February. That happened to be, I didn't get service that week for my garbage. I looked and I didn't get a credit, and I'm like, that's a gap to me because I paid for a service that I did not get. I understand why, but are there gaps in the language that we should be focused on? Because that's a lot easier for people like me to go and sell to the community if we're thinking about, hey, yes, the rate increased or potentially increased, but we also closed some gaps in things like the risk or rebate or service or stuff like that. That makes sense?
Do you want to I'll start, and then Elizabeth may jump in. That we believe that language access is important and try to communicate in as many languages as possible.
Sorry, I meant contract language, like between the city and the hauler defining certain things, right? Like what we expect, not like
right.
Okay.
We do regularly work with what our expectations are with them through our administrative rules process, and we're just having regular communications as the events go forward.
Because that just feels like a gap to me.
Can I help you out here? I think what Councilor Duggar is asking, what are you doing for everyone else in the system? Because you're going to go out and ask them to pay more money.
Right.
And so Councilor Duggar's point was, hey, I didn't get a credit when my trash was picked up. Now you're asking me to pay more. So while we opened the contract, did you get a win for the rest of the community? Is that fair?
That's exactly. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
That's true. We didn't approach this as really a change to the contract because the rates are kind of something that we kind of review every year as part of kind of a side but separate process. But we do understand that the message to the community about all of that needs to be more than just needs to be a broad encompassing message on what the other good points of this are. There are some selected wins for people who live in higher density housing that now will be able to have a program that they haven't been able to participate in. There are selective wins for the low income customers and for those that want bulky waste. But in some ways this is, the real trigger for this is just across the board inflationary costs, and we will need to kind of tackle that message appropriately. I know that doesn't completely answer your question, that we need to we can follow up you separately on some of the examples that you talked about with weather delays and those kind of costs.
Thank you.
Council President.
Thank you. My question is kind of just about the broader fees. Since I've been on council, we've increased, I think, all of the fees. And so I'm kind of curious if we did an assessment also of just what is that total impact that is coming to our residents. While it's about $1.50 for just garbage, I think we had $4 on water. There was sewer, clean water services rate increases as well. So I was just kind of curious if you, and I know this is beyond just your team, but that was something I was kind of curious about. And if we can answer during this, great. If not, we can follow up.
I believe there's something in the finance department that may be doing some sort of overall rates and services study, but I'm looking to city manager for maybe confirmation of that because I'm not.
Right. So the rates are fees for service. I don't believe they include solid waste, but I'll have to confirm. An RFP has been out, and we've selected a group. Dan Weinheimer might have more information, but that's in process for regular city fees.
So yeah, and I'm just trying to clarify. I want to look at for kind of all utilities. Right? There's now this cumulative impact. Every month I have this much more money that I have to pay in bills, and I like to remind us of that in real things to our residents. So I'm just curious, do we have an idea of what the range of fee increases that we're asking our residents to pay kind of across all the things?
So Dan Weinheimer, Assistant City Manager. No, I don't think we've got something that's been put together comprehensively that has all the fees. I think we're in the process, though, of doing that. Part of the work that City Manager mentioned of a fee study is essentially looking at all those fees that are being charged and calculating where we are, where we should be based on levels of service and things like that. So I think it's something we can put together is a snapshot per resident, or there's a little bit of a range to it though too, right? Types of housing, services consumed, and things like that. So it may not be perfect, but we'll definitely look to put something together for a snapshot.
Okay, thank you.
I think it would be helpful to have that for our retreat, and since this is a public hearing about this, we can't spend any more time on it, but I do think it's incredibly helpful for us if we could have something for the November retreat with this information in it.
I think what we can do is definitely what we've put forward as far as increases, and see that at least.
Thank you. Any more questions, Council President? Councilor Kimmy.
This subject is very new to me. I hope one day we can all vote to get fee reduced somehow. Since for a whole year I've been raising fees, so it doesn't feel good when you have to raise fees in other residences, but I know it's necessary. I have a question with community partner where from my personal experience coming from my community or other communities is that by the time the news gets to us, the program's fund gets almost exhausted or almost all gone. So we're not the first community to get the news. So I was always wondering, how do you get the news out to other minority communities where their first point of information is their community organization, but those community organizations who's historically left out was always left out. So it's all word of mouth afterwards. So I wanted to see some kind of plan and how you're gonna work with that, how you're gonna work with other organizations who can actually do the work, and it's equitably distributed at the same time, and all the information is available at the same time, so people get a fair chance at the rebate programs. Just wondering if you have any plan, or do you recognize that that has been the problem in the past?
We recognize that that is a problem in the past. We do intend, as we get a community partner, to work on a kind of a promotions, marketing might not be the right word for that, but how do we communicate that to the people who need to know, or to the other agencies that would be able to make referrals, that we recognize that you are a low-income household, or you're struggling to pay your rent, or this and that. We can help you by several referrals, and sometimes that is through community partners, and not only from the person themselves applying for that. They eventually will, but they can be introduced to that program by other people, other agencies that they're working with. So we will definitely put that into a plan, but having not an approved and finished program, we don't have that fully vetted out yet. But here at the beginning of September, we have about 4 months to make sure that we've got that figured out by the time we roll that out in January. But definitely are aware of that we don't want to, we want to get this to the people who need it, right, and do that in an equitable fashion. So those are our goals. I don't have a specific full marketing plan to share at this point, though.
Oh yeah, it's good that you're aware. And another part is somebody who actually has to apply. They have never applied forms before, so hopefully these forms are very concise, short, yes, easily verifiable, and then there's actually somebody who can help them to fill it out. I know most of the forms these days are by app, but some of the elderly population, they don't know how to use it, especially some of the elderly population who doesn't speak English. It's just forget it. It's their sons or daughters, whoever has to fill that out. So somehow you can focus on those and work this out so that everybody gets a fair chance when you opened up. Thank
Easy
you.
and accessible are important goals.
Mm-hmm.
Councillor Teeter.
Thank you all. I was going to make similar comments about the community partner and just making sure that the application process, it would be great if when somebody needs support with their garbage bills, they can also at the same time just automatically qualify for water payments or TriMet or like Ziply, the low-income fiber program that they've got there. And I think having the right community partner can help with a lot of that and can also help with some of our concerns about how do people find out about it. Ideally, that community partner is in the community doing a lot of events with schools or neighborhood groups or community events. Like they should be very involved in promoting this themselves too. It's not just city staff who will be doing this all the time. That said, I know probably none of us enjoy raising rates, but this has been a couple years since we've raised rates. It's only a 4.75% increase, which when we consider the inflation over the past couple years, we've got to be able to pay for the services that we're providing the community. And I actually think that I would support more regular but lower increases over time, so it's not such a shock to the system when we wait 5 years and we have to do it like in the past a 15 or 35% increase. Like, I don't want to do that. I would much rather have it be a 2 or 3% increase just over time. So I appreciate the work that's gone into this. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's helpful to know.
All right, I am now going to open the public hearing. City Recorder, is there anyone that likes to speak on tonight's resolution?
No, Mayor, we have no one.
Okay, there appears to be no members of the public who wish to comment on this matter tonight. I will now close the public hearing. What is the pleasure of the council, and is there a motion?
Yes, Mayor. I move that the council adopt Resolution 4853 embodied in Agenda Bill 23173, a resolution establishing rates for the collection of solid waste.
Second.
I'm going to give it to Councilor Tivnan tonight. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on tonight's motion?
I'll just say that, as Councilor Teeter said, it is hard raising rates, but we're just doing as best as we can to help our community.
Councilor Duggar?
Yeah, just, I think we can talk about how we're going to vote, right?
Correct.
I think I'm okay supporting this, but in the future, like, I will need to see some direct language closing some of those gaps for the residents. I think that's going to be really important for my future support. We need to identify those gaps. I think about the PDIA process, right? There's gaps here. Love to see us look at that from a resident's perspective, multiple people involved, and like find out what are some of the pain points, because this feels like a necessary change, but I would like to see it more resident focused in the future. Thanks.
Thank you.
I'll just tell you, Councilor Duggar, I remember one time in that snowstorm, I think it was 2007, I remember waking up in the middle of the night and writing on my notepad next to my bed, negotiate missed bag fee. So I'd really, really like us to do that in the future, particularly because I just got my bill and they charged me $7 because the lid was cracked this much because somebody on the street put something in my trash can. So they be coming for our money when we do something. It would be nice to change it a bit. Okay, with that, we will now call for the vote.
Yes.
Kimmy,
Yes.
Hartmeyer Prigg,
Yes.
Tivnan,
Yes.
Hassan,
Yes.
Duggar,
Yes.
Mayor Beatty.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Okay, this is the time and the place for a public hearing on an ordinance amending the Beaverton Comprehensive Plan relating to the Housing Needs Analysis, LU 42023-00247/CPTA 42023-00245. I now call to order the public hearing. Before we move into the substance of the hearing, I will ask our city attorney to cover some preliminary legal matters.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Robin McIntyre, Assistant City Attorney. Tonight's hearing will proceed as follows. After the preliminary legal matters, staff will make a presentation. The council will have an opportunity to ask questions. Then the council will hear public testimony. After the council asks any final questions of staff, the hearing will be closed and the council will discuss the proposal and make a decision. Anyone wishing to speak at this hearing should follow the instructions included on tonight's agenda. For those attending in person, please complete a yellow visitor comment card found on the table nearby the doors at the back of council chambers. Once the card is filled out, give the card to the city recorder seated at the end of the dais and wait to be called. If you've joined the meeting by phone, enter *9 to let the city recorder know you wish to speak. Alternatively, if you've joined this meeting online, you can let the city recorder know you wish to speak by clicking on the raise hand feature. Each member of the public will have up to 3 minutes to speak. When you speak, please give your name and city of residence for the record. Now I will explain the criteria the council must use to make its decision tonight, and then I will ask the members of the council if they wish to make any disclosures. The council's decision on the adoption of the ordinance must be based on consideration of, first, the statewide planning goals and administrative rules adopted under Oregon Revised Statute, Chapter 197. Second, applicable federal or state statutes or rules. Third, applicable plans and rules adopted by Metro. And fourth, the city's comprehensive plan, including Section 1.5.1. However, the council may consider any relevant testimony that it receives. Failure to raise an issue during the city's hearing on this ordinance precludes an appeal to the Land Use Board of Appeals based on that issue. Any party withstanding may appeal the decision of the City Council to the State Land Use Board of Appeals according to the rules adopted by that board. Persons withstanding include those who submit written comments or present oral comments. So at this time, I'd like to ask the City Council if any members wish to declare a potential or actual conflict of interest.
Okay, hearing none. Does any member of the audience wish to challenge the ability of any member of the council to participate in this decision? Okay, let the record show no response. Thank you, Mayor. That's all I have.
All right. Thank you. Let's go to the staff presentation, please.
Sorry. And the proposal before you tonight is LU 4 2023-00247, Housing Needs Analysis Comprehensive Plan Text Amendment, case file CPTA 4 2023-00245. The city is the applicant. In your materials, you should have Exhibit A, the proposed amendments for Volume 1 of the Comprehensive Plan, Exhibit B, the Housing Needs Analysis Report, Exhibit C, a staff report dated July 12th, as well as additional materials including the land use order and draft minutes from the Planning Commission hearing. Next slide, please. The options for deliberation and decision include 1, approving the Planning Commission recommendation as written in Exhibit A and B, and other action including modifying or denying the text amendment. State rules require that Beaverton have an updated housing needs analysis every 6 years, and the deadline for adoption is December 31st of this year. Next slide, please. The housing needs analysis is a component of the Housing Beaverton project, which also consists of a housing production strategy intended to identify actions for the city to take to provide needed housing over the next 20 years. City staff worked with a consultant team led by APG-MIG to conduct the housing needs analysis, which is a comprehensive study of housing needs, buildable lands, and potential policies and strategies to address current and future housing needs in Beaverton. The draft report was reviewed by both the Planning Commission and the City Council in April, and the report was finalized and sent to the state in May to satisfy state grant requirements. The Commission recommended approval of the proposed amendments in July, and after tonight's hearing, the housing production strategy is scheduled to be adopted by resolution on September 19th. Next slide, please. Staff finds that the proposed amendment meets all applicable criteria for approval. Next slide. Exhibit A includes the proposed amendments for Volume 1 of the Comprehensive Plan, which proposes changes to Chapters 3 and 4. Under the Land Use Element chapter, a couple changes are proposed that update the terminology used to describe single detached housing and housing with 2 or more units. This would ensure that the language is consistent with the development code as well as terminology we've been using since the adoption of the Housing Options Project in 2022. Under the Housing Element chapter, changes are proposed throughout the chapter to incorporate language, data, and findings that are in the most recent Housing Needs Analysis report. Next slide, please. The Housing Needs Analysis found that by 2042, Beaverton's population will grow by 19,000 people and will need over 9,000 more homes to meet this need. The greatest unmet needs include affordable rental and ownership housing, housing for larger households, accessible housing, and preventing displacement. The report also describes that a smaller percentage of single detached homes will be needed in the future, and there will be a growing need for more middle housing types like townhomes, cottage clusters, and plexes. The full report, included as Exhibit B, will be added to Volume 2 of the Comprehensive Plan, which will replace the previous Buildable Lands Inventory and Housing Strategies report from 2015. Next slide, please. The options for deliberation again are 1, approve the Planning Commission recommendation as written in Exhibits A and B, and 2, other action including modifying or denying the text amendment. And as a reminder, the deadline for Beaverton to adopt an updated housing needs analysis is the end of this year. Next slide. That concludes staff presentation. Staff recommends that the council conduct the public hearing and receive all public testimony as described on the slide, and approve LU4 2023-00247 Housing Needs Analysis Comprehensive Plan Text Amendment, case number CPTA 4 2023-00245, with proposed language as written in Exhibits A and B. Thank you.
Is there any questions for staff? Okay, seeing none. City Recorder, is there anyone wishing to speak?
No, Mayor.
All right, there appears to be no members of the public who want to speak on this matter tonight. Do any members of the council have any more questions for staff? Okay, no. Does staff have any further comments or clarification regarding the proposed legislation?
No.
Hearing no further questions from the council, the public hearing is now closed. The council may either adopt the proposed ordinance with the amendments recommended by staff or take other action. But if other action is proposed, the motion must include specific direction as to what other action is. Is there a motion regarding this ordinance?
Yes, Mayor. Can I ask a procedural question to clarify?
Correct.
So in the recommended script, it doesn't clarify the addition of the inclusion of the Planning Commission recommended language. Does my motion need to include that?
Counselor, no, the ordinance and the attachments embody the Planning Commission recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Okay, then Mayor, I move that council adopt the city ordinance embodied in Agenda Bill 23174, an ordinance amending the Beaverton Comprehensive Plan relating to the housing needs analysis, LU 42023-00247, CPTA 42023-00245.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? For the last time, can you call by vote on the land use ordinance?
Counselor Kimmy.
Yes.
Counselor Tivnon.
Yes.
Counselor Hartmary Prigg.
Yes.
Counselor Duggar.
Yes.
Counselor Hassan.
Yes.
Counselor Teeter.
Yes.
Mayor Beatty.
Yes.
The ordinance is adopted 7-0.
Love you, Kathy.
Glad we got you a controversial one for the last one. Thank you for joining us. We're on to Agenda Bill 23177. It is a work session on update the facilities master plan alternative analysis. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I actually need to do some first reading stuff first, but you can come get ready, Dan. It won't take me very long. Okay. On September 19th, 2023, during the regularly scheduled City Council meeting, a public hearing will be held regarding an ordinance annexing one parcel at 14500 Northwest Greenbrier Parkway and adjacent portions of Northwest Greenbrier Parkway, withdrawing the property from the Tualatin Valley Water District, Washington County Enhanced Sheriff's Patrol District, and Washington County Urban Road Maintenance District, and adding the property to the Five Oaks Triple Creek Neighborhood Association Committee, LU 3-2023-00186, Leopold and Stephen Incorporate, Annex 2023-0018. On September 19, 2023, during the regularly scheduled City Council meeting, a public hearing will be held regarding ordinance amending the comprehensive plan, land use map, and zoning map for one parcel at 14500 Northwest Greenbrier Parkway and annex portions of Northwest Greenbrier Parkway, LU 3-2023-00186, Leopold and Stephen Incorporate Annexation, CPA MA3-2023-0018/ZMAX3-2023-00185. With that, I don't know why you guys are both just sitting on the corner, but go ahead. You can sit in the middle. That's fine.
We've got consultants who are
okay.
coming. I need a minute.
The last little part went a little quicker.
Yeah. All right. Rather than belabor this anymore, it looks like we've got our PowerPoint at least up. So Council and Mayor, thank you very much. Dan Weinheimer, Assistant City Manager, once again, working with Travis Taylor, and we've got consultants here from Makers who are going to present findings and an alternative analysis and some numbers, some financial data around our facility master planning project that's been going on for a little while. The hope is to get some feedback in this presentation regarding the analysis, the alternatives analysis, and also to start the conversation around cost for implementing said plan. We will come back one more time, I believe, at least, and just wanted to kind of kick things off. I think I've probably danced long enough, and I'll hand it off to Cecilia and Julie to kind of run the show from here.
Thank you, Dan. Travis, great job. I believe our second council briefing, and we have 2 more scheduled after this before we wrap up the project. A quick reminder about project goals. This effort intends to help the city determine the best course of action for near-term priority needs. It also helps you look out in the longer term to be able to proactively plan and budget for those needs as your community grows into the future. It intends to help you by looking at all city assets and working across all departments, do the best job you can to leverage your assets to meet those needs. Our project schedule is in 3 phases. We completed the needs assessment and visioning at the end of 2022. This year so far, we've been working on developing and evaluating alternatives. That phase ends tonight with this presentation, and then we launch into our final 3rd phase recommendations and plan, which we hope to wrap up the project in February of next year. So today, we hope, as Dan mentioned, to review the major findings of our alternatives analysis phase, introduce you to some funding assumptions that are going to drive our work from here, and answer any questions and hopefully confirm our direction for the recommendations development to wrap up the project. Okay, so some quick reminders before we launch into the alternatives work. Our needs assessment uncovered a number of things. Number one, you have several facilities that are in great condition to serve you into the future. The Public Safety Center and the PRCA are going to meet your needs for the next 25 years or more. However, you do have a number of facilities with condition and functional issues, most notably and most critically, the Griffin Building and your Operations Center. So we've identified 3 key facility decisions for you. Number one, should you invest in the long-term use of the Griffith Building or find other more cost-effective, better solutions for the functions that are currently located there? Number 2, how can you best meet the needs of your public works functions? And then third, what will be needed to support future growth of your community? The alternatives analysis focused on the first 2 of those, the key questions. So the Griffith Building and the Public Works operations were identified as the really complicated key decision areas that required the work of your staff and our team to focus on this year. We explored different approaches to looking where different departments or divisions could be and how to use your existing assets or potentially new properties or leases. And then you'll see we looked at construction costs and real estate costs and feasibility to help inform our analysis. With that, I will turn it over to Cecilia to walk you through the details.
So starting with the alternatives analysis findings for the Griffiths building. Slide, please. Can you move the mouse over?
Yeah.
Maybe I can do it myself. So quick recap. The facility is underutilized. It's about 35% vacant, and other spaces are fairly low density. It has almost $6 million in deferred maintenance and is vulnerable to flooding on site as well as seismic risks. It's not serving its existing functions very well. Major renovation is required if that facility is going to stay in the portfolio for all of the reasons I just mentioned. If that facility is going to remain in use for the long term, those issues will need to be addressed. And there isn't a lot of interest in that level of investment in that facility by department leadership. That said, that's not to say that that facility doesn't have value and could be useful to some other function, perhaps not necessarily the city. At a high level, we estimate the value of the property and structure to be about $14 million. That doesn't constitute a formal appraisal, but for planning purposes, that is our assumption.
Can you restate that again? You're saying the building is worth $14 million, or we would need to invest $14 million?
The property, were you to go to the market, when we look at buildings of comparable construction type and condition, that's what you would expect to get on the market. And I don't think my plan worked, so I'll need you to advance it. So for analysis of options at the Griffith building, we actually focused on court first, because court is the largest footprint of all the functions at that building. It's also the most functionally specific. It has more specific functional needs relative to other sort of office space type uses in the building. When we look at renovating an existing building, whether that's one that the city owns or whether we look to lease or purchase, it seems unlikely that that is a solution that is going to meet needs cost effectively. So we looked at putting court in this building. To do that would require some significant renovations and would compromise the building's functionality for everybody involved without fully addressing court's needs. If we look at renovating Griffith, for all of the complexities that I just discussed, the cost of that renovation on a square foot basis is likely to be about 70% of the cost of new construction. And you still wouldn't get a facility that is floodproof, and likely you'd still have some functional compromises because you're constrained by the existing building. When we look further afield and look at either renovating a leased building or buying a building, it turns out when you look at kind of what's in the market for the city of Beaverton, they all look a lot like Griffith. Similar vintage of buildings, similar condition, and in fact, they may even be in a worse location given what the public-facing and customer service needs are for the functions currently at Griffith. When you look at new construction, however, there you have the option to build to suit, to meet the functions, to forecast future growth. And there are some additional potential benefits of looking at new construction, whether it's at the Griffith site or on a new site. So there is the potential to overbuild to anticipate future needs for city staff and to lease in the interim, right? Our analysis looking for property for use by city functions tells us that it's a pretty tight market out there. So that would be a potential for the city to invest in the near term for long-term needs. New construction also offers the opportunity to pursue a public-private partnership, having a developer finance the construction of a building up front. That might allow the city to move sooner and reduce your upfront costs. Our draft recommendation, based on that analysis, would be to pursue building a new building for court as well as the city's office space administrative functions that are currently busting out of the seams in this building today, and we would expect to continue to grow in the future. We recommend doing this downtown and selling Griffith for a few reasons. So again, this allows you to design and size that building to meet your future needs, potentially contribute to your ongoing downtown economic development efforts by concentrating your staff downtown and your public-facing functions downtown. Importantly, very importantly, it allows you to leverage the value and the utility of the existing Griffith structure. It may not be a good fit for your needs, but there's still value. And so by building on a new property that is underdeveloped and can be acquired at a much lower cost, you can then sell the Griffith building and leverage those revenues towards other future capital needs. That said, if property is unavailable in the right spot for the right price at the right time, building at Griffith is a great backup option. The city owns that property and controls its destiny. So that would be another suitable location for new construction. Any questions before we move on to operations?
Yeah, I was highly involved when we did the bond for the police station there, and we basically came to the conclusion that it was not worth building new construction there because of the 100-year flood. Mm-hmm. So why would that be different now? Is it less standard of a building because it's not a police station? I mean, my understanding that like it was not feasible for us to rebuild there all those years ago. What's changed?
I don't think it's a question of necessarily of feasibility. I've not seen the analysis that you're referencing. There is an added cost, but the flood risk can be mitigated with new construction. So that is something that certainly would need to be verified with downstream analysis, but from our 0% design planning level assumption, we've baked that into our cost estimates for construction at that site.
Okay, because I guess it was not at all feasible to rebuild there when we were looking at the police station. And the amount of we would have to build up to accommodate the 100-year floodplain would have been astronomical. And so I guess I hear you, but like my past experience of us looking at that building tells me something completely different. And unless FEMA laws have changed, I don't know how we would even consider new construction there, knowing the risk that we would have to take with the buildup.
We would love to see that analysis in order to update our recommendations. That would be really helpful to see. So we will follow up with our project team on that.
Further supports the challenges of either investing in that current building as well, right? Mm-hmm. So that's what really makes the existing building very unsuitable for long-term use.
Councilor Tifton.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's FEMA related. So I think a good example that we talked a lot about when we had this before us, when this past council was making this decision, is look at the McDonald's on Cedar Hills. It's like a Taj Mahal because they had to build it that high because of the 100-year floodplain because it started new construction. And so I see Kate Arnold in the back that was here making this decision, nodding her head. So I know I'm remembering correctly. So I think this information we need to kind of come back around to. Councilor Husson?
Yeah, just some initial thoughts hearing you and thinking about what it could look like to sell Griffith. And this is maybe more to the council is, we are putting a shelter nearby. And so like, what does it mean to maybe walk away from that? I don't know. I think of like our neighbors and the business community and like, what's happening there and what the implications of that are. So I just want the council to kind of hear that's something that I am thinking about. I also wonder, you said 14 million, which sounds fabulous given our financial situation. But I also wonder, would that evolve or change based on, how that area is developing or not developing? So just some thoughts. I'm sure you all know, but we are opening the shelter kind of nearby. So thanks.
Councilor Kimmy.
What is the land value of the Griffith building?
That 14 million encompasses the property and the existing building.
Right,
yeah.
But then what is the land value?
Independently?
Yeah.
I'm afraid I don't know that off the top of my head.
I don't know that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and to be clear, that 14 million, that's at a planning level, just looking at comps in the market. That is not a formal appraisal of the property.
Council President.
I was curious, so since the building has deferred maintenance, and this is kind of like a real estate question, I guess, but if we think it's worth about $14 million, but we've got a significant amount of deferred maintenance, does that mean what we can actually get for it is much less than the 14 million potential?
I would say that 14 million is based on looking at other comparable properties of similar ages, and they are all likely to, it's not looking at the specifics.
Yeah.
I don't think you can just do the straight map and take out the 6 million from the 14 million. I think you can expect to get closer to that 14 million.
Okay. And then, downtown was another recommendation. Was part of your process to look at like options in the downtown area? Because I feel like our downtown is filling up quick. So knowing like how much space we may need for this potential new building, was there any sort of feasibility look at like what's potential in downtown? Right. And I understand that there's probably redevelopment that would be part of it, but is there even, that possibility?
That's a great question. We believe so.
Yeah, we did look at it. We do think it would be a great location. There does appear to be property, as you bring up, though. It will not be available forever. And it does seem like your best opportunity, if council is interested in exploring the potential of a public-private partnership to finance construction, that location would also be advantageous for that kind of arrangement.
Can you define public-private partnership? Because what I'm hearing is they would build it and we would be leasing it, but how is that in your vision, a public-private partnership?
So there's a number of different ways to structure it. So it's not a foregone conclusion that court would be the only use on the site. So depending on the size and the zoning and what might be appropriate other uses with that as a core function, that could be a public-private partnership component. It could be a financing strategy, and so I'm using the term to describe a financial agreement at its base without the shared public and private uses component. So exactly right. It could be that they are financing the construction, you are providing the land, and then you're leasing, lease to purchase, or just leasing for a long enough term to make it worthwhile for both parties.
Can you give us an example of another municipality in this region that's done something like that? Because I'm trying to think of like, how would that be advantageous for a developer? Like, I think public-private partnership, I think the RESER, that has a community value.
Yeah. So that's a great question. I do think there are examples in this region, and that is on our list for work we're doing in the next phase to provide some good examples. There's certainly examples in the greater Oregon, Washington area, but we'd love to get some close to home to explore this idea further.
All right, one last question, then my colleagues have some more questions. Why wasn't it feasible to move them to the third floor here that's all Class A office space? Because Class A office space would be easier. Why couldn't they take over that floor? How is that not feasible for us?
A few reasons, and great question. The square footage is not enough. It would be pretty constrained. That in itself is not a deal breaker, but because court is in custodies, it would require some significant renovation of the ground floor of this building to transport people to and from court proceedings. So there'd be a lot of displacement of existing ground floor functions. You'd be losing all of the lease revenue from the third floor. And again, that's part of the reducing functionality and performance of the building for everybody involved.
I had a quick follow-up to Councilor
Yes,
Hartmeyer.
I just lost my place here.
Yeah.
Are you next? Yeah, go ahead.
It was just to clarify. So I wanted to just crystal clear when she asked the 14 million question, you're saying it is 14 million in its current condition, right? Like if we made it great or whatever, it's like when you sell a house. If you put a ton in it, you could maybe mark it up. But the state that it is in today, ballpark, not appraised value, is 14 million. Thank you.
Yes.
Councilor Duggar?
Have you seen, trying to think how to ask this. So I know there's rules on like federal courts that they kind of have to be standalone for security reasons. Does that apply to municipal? I'm thinking of, we have a lot of goals, right? Like affordable housing. Have we ever seen the courthouses mixed in with other things? I know obviously in the Griffith building, it's sort of a mix of, I think, our office spaces over there as well. But have you seen non-traditional mixing, like examples of residential mixed with courts?
I haven't seen a ton. I am not aware of any restrictions for municipal courts, though, as long as you meet their security requirements, which have a lot to do with access for their staff, their employees, the judges, and the public. So that part would have to be worked on, but I mean, there's certainly many examples of dynamic campuses that include municipal courts as well as other uses, libraries, police stations, city halls. So, yeah, I don't think there's any restrictions there.
Councilor Tivnon?
Yeah, as a follow-up to that, it just occurred to me, I took a tour of the Family Justice Center recently out in, further out in Washington County, that is primarily set up for domestic violence survivors, children, and folks that need as many resources as they can to be safe, but also there's a lot of interaction with the courts. And one of the things that came out of the pandemic was doing certain types of hearings remotely. So they have a room there that's set up to be a courtroom. Were you able to factor that in, like any changes to how some cases are processed, and can we disperse some of it so it doesn't all have to be in one prime location?
That is not something that was specifically explored when the space needs were developed for court. So the space needs that were developed for court assumed a continuation of the current scope of services and the way of delivering services.
We have observed in other places a increased virtual court, and that has reduced the use. It has reduced some of the traffic, some staffing issues. It has had a lot of beneficial effects in terms of balancing resources, tight resources, but it has not replaced the need for the space when you have the in-person court, when you need the jury rooms and all of those functions, when you need to move the secured prisoners, et cetera. So unless you can eliminate it entirely, it doesn't have a huge effect on the overall space you need.
I just want to ask a clarifying question about our local municipal court. Do we have juried trials? Oh, I had no idea. Okay. Okay.
And that's a common as well.
All right, thank you.
Okay, let's go on to operations.
Right. Public Works Operations Alternatives Analysis. As a quick overview, Public Works Operations runs primarily from the Operations Center in terms of where staff report to. There are additional properties, namely the 160th Yard, which is laydown storage, as well as a number of satellite water properties that are distributed throughout the city. In general, facilities are obsolete, quite significantly undersized, and are not positioned to support day-to-day or emergency operations. Over the long term, we forecast about 2 additional total acres of property are needed to supplement the current 9-ish acres that are spanning those 2 sites. We looked at other opportunities across city properties beyond 160th. Other water properties don't really offer a lot of potential for development, but 160th Yard, though it is currently just a yard, is likely developable for more intensive operations center uses. Finally, the most under the umbrella of public works operations, of which there are many functions, water, storm, and sewer were the ones identified as being the most urgent to address. all in all, we're talking about a quarter of the city's workforce that reports to the operations center. So for the alternatives, it was a little bit of a different flavor from the analysis we did for Griffith. We looked at a range of concepts that explored adjacency, phasing, property acquisition, options and considerations. And as long as functions and sort of the space needs are met for each of the uses, there's actually a lot of flexibility. So most of the functions were open to relocating, and there wasn't any strong decision drivers around location within the city of Beaverton or location between different types of operations functions. That said, our real estate analysis found that acquiring property is going to be extremely challenging, as it is in all the urbanized areas that we work in, right? Industrial market is super built out and in high demand, and there's limited inventory even off market, right? Just the existing industrially zoned property. We looked at specifically at land that was underdeveloped, so well positioned for the city to buy and redevelop for operations, and greater than 3/4 of an acre, and that was less than 2% of the city's total industrial property. So pretty limited options out there. A little bit of a silver lining. If you are able to locate a small pocket, 1/4 acre of property near the public safety center, the option was discussed that there'd be the opportunity to accommodate future fleet operations growth as a little satellite shop. So police is one of the biggest customers of fleet maintenance, and having fleet maintenance functions for preventative maintenance right near the public safety center would offer operational savings, reduce the pressure on the operations center, and potentially allow you to get more usable life out of the existing fleet shop. So our draft recommendation for public works operations, understanding that there are a lot of moving parts, there are a lot of different functions and a lot of different ways that it can go given how flexible the functions are. The draft recommendation is to maximize what you already own, that looking for a new property to consolidate all functions is unrealistic, and that you are pretty close to having the site area that you need already. So step one would be to build out a satellite operations center on the property that you own at 160th Yard to meet your most urgent needs of water, storm, and sewer. This has the added benefit of those being rate-backed or utility-funded operations, which may be more likely to get funding in advance of a GO bond or something like that. Simultaneously, again, due to scarcity, how infrequent it is that you get a real estate acquisition opportunity that meets your needs, we recommend mounting a property acquisition search. So for long-term and near-term needs, the 2 acres to try and make up the 2-acre gap for your overall operations needs, looking for that little piece of satellite property for the fleet shop near the public safety center, and also to think about accommodating facilities maintenance, which is currently located at Griffith, but if when that building goes away, there will be a need to find a home for facilities maintenance, which is a similar property type. And most of those space needs are similar property type to the ones you'd be looking for public works operations. Based on all of those steps, there are a number of paths forward for redeveloping your existing operations site. So this will be contingent on what property you're able to acquire and where, if there's adjacent or proximate property, or whether it's located in a different part of the city, what kind of funding you're able to secure, and the timing of that funding.
I have a question for you on that.
Yeah.
Did we look at, we had some built out capacity with the water, when we built the water tanks up by Cooper Mountains. Was that analyzed in this? Did I miss it? For maintenance?
For Cooper Mountain, we looked at the Maverick Reservoir property, and our understanding is that so water properties tend to be distributed through the city and nestled in residential areas, so it's pretty challenging from a development code perspective to have an operations yard where staff are located in that context. We did not look at Cooper Mountain specifically, though.
I thought we built out capacity there for that very need of staging equipment that we needed for public works, like in South Cooper Mountain and Cooper Mountain.
Oh, that may be true, but that's different from where staff report to work, where they have all of their vehicles, all of their materials. It's a different type of operation from an unstaffed passive storage need.
Yeah, we've got additional space at some of those water sites, and I think that's maybe what you're thinking.
Yeah.
And so we've got storage space, or maybe a meeting room possibility, some of those kinds of things. And we are looking at trying to maximize that from some of the analysis that these folks are doing of how we can maximize the use of storage staging. The problem with some of that is water sites are very high in elevation for obvious reasons, and so it's not always convenient for staff either. And so some of that piece of thinking about emergency equipment, plows and things like that, it would be great if they're high, but then you slide your way down, or how do you get to it to a certain degree? And so we're trying to think that
obviously.
Snowshoes, yeah. We hadn't quite got to snowshoes, but like just thinking through like those pieces of like best laid plans and making sure that we're actually functional too when we think about the emergency needs of the community.
And then I guess next to the Public Safety Center, that property adjacent to us is owned by a church. So they're already not paying property taxes, so maybe we could acquire a piece of it and no harm, no foul. Go ahead.
I've got a quick question. This is kind of a general observation and request that the work that's being done, I'm guessing that these sites, it's more than just where it's available, because we know there's not a lot out there, but looking at adjacency to things and location, and that it's not at the top of a hill, and ideally. We've been doing a lot of work on Cooper Mountain about pulling it into the city boundaries. This has been years long in the making. It hasn't happened yet. We're looking at housing types, mixes, natural areas, commercial. I don't think Public Works has come up in that conversation, or where we would site in this greenfield development. So that would be something, I don't know if that's within the scope of the work you're doing, or if that's something that falls into the scope of the work that the Cooper Mountain team in planning and development is working on. But it would be great to get out ahead of this, because we'll be in the same situation later on with that area if we don't set it aside now. So.
Yeah, I think it's probably more in the planning development side in the sense of future growth and those kinds of things. But we did try to anticipate where we were going to see growth in this project and think about when the possibility of land and siting, thinking about where our service needs were going to be. And so that's definitely in there in the thinking of this as well. It's just, I think the actual siting of land and making sure we have that is probably more on the planning staff side.
Councilor Teeter.
So I was thinking about the quarter-acre need near the Public Safety Center, and there is a substantial amount of underused land right near there that could be a good opportunity for some sort of public works facility or storage or extra space. One consideration that is on top of my mind as we think about this is just the Allen Boulevard District Plan. And how a public works facility or fleet site or satellite site would fit in with that plan. We are wanting to see a lot of economic growth and housing and just better services in that Allen Boulevard area. So it is just something I've got on top of my mind about how does this fit in with that. And I don't know yet, but I would love just to keep that on top of our minds too.
Thanks.
Councilor Hassan.
Yes. Did this analysis include land that the city owns that has other leased properties, just generally speaking?
For public works or in general?
Just in general. Like I think of some land we have on, I can't even remember, like Hall and something, right? So did this analysis look at those like parcels or pieces of land to say, oh, did we look at this acre or 2 acres?
We did identify some parcels in our analysis, just looking to confirm, is there an opportunity to even site a fleet shop near the Public Safety Center? And we did uncover some city-owned parcels around there. I would say the The first filter is actually just about development code, right? So for most of this, it's industrial, right? The fleet maintenance shop, we're thinking something along the lines of like a Jiffy Lube. We're not talking about hauling engines out of vehicles. We're not talking about moving dump trucks through the site. It's sort of a really lightweight use. For the most part, for the types of functions we're thinking about citing, the zoning that's required is pretty restrictive. I'm not sure if that answers your question, but
like yes
we
and no,
we believe that we have
Okay.
already looked at all of the properties that the city owns that might make sense given the uses we're trying to cite.
That said, if you or others have a property or two in mind that might be hiding under the rug, please let Travis know. Happy to look at other opportunities.
I'm pretty sure that's what we're paying you guys to do. I'm just gonna be frank.
Just there's this. I mean, I know we have a book corner. I'm not saying that's the spot, but I just I'm just wanting to know: do we do a comprehensive look at all the places where we own land? And then to your point about development code, I mean, we are the city council, so know a couple people if we need to do something. I'm not saying that that's the route, but I do want to be thoughtful about that because these are really big conversations that I think we're ready to have if we know all the information up front.
Yep. We endeavored to consider city property that was not encumbered by other uses. Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Have you, so Beaverton residents are served by multiple layers of local government. We have a separate parks district, separate fire department. We have, a separate water district that serves some of our residents. Have we looked at partnering with other agencies, either within that service district or within neighboring cities? Because I know industrial land is incredibly tight. We just did a bike tour. It's non-existent, right? Mm-hmm. And even the available land to build is very tight within the boundaries. So have we either looked at those partner agencies, or have we looked at maybe sharing a facility with Tigard or Tualatin or Hillsborough or a neighboring, the county? Is that something you all looked at?
I would, yeah.
I was just going to say yes, but I don't think we've had really fruitful conversations with anyone yet. But we're also trying to endeavor, the idea of where we're growing and where might we anticipate that growth, and that's a theme. And so just trying to think about who we can partner with in those areas as well. But it's on the table. I don't know that we've had success yet is really the unfortunate answer.
The things that we think about specifically for public works operations is drive time and kind of your scale of operations. So the city of Beaverton is at a size where, while 100 people working out of that site sounds like a lot, when you think about the different functions they're performing, it's actually a fairly small team. They're not big enough for it to make sense to move to 2 different spots. So if you're thinking about moving your entire street maintenance group, and as soon as you're moving it outside of kind of their center of service area, the wear and tear on your vehicles, the labor costs of having those crews come from outside of city limits to come back into Beaverton, it really adds up. So that's just something to consider, is that partnerships can make sense, and especially as the city grows, and maybe that a few decades from now, it'll make sense to have multiple operation centers for functions in the north or south or whatever. But at this point in time, that doesn't seem like a configuration that we'd be planning for.
I was actually going to say the exact same thing as Councilor Duggar there about our partners. We do have THPRD and Beaverton School District, who both have service stations right off of Allen, and so those sites came up in my mind. TriMet also has a station off of Jenkins on 150 Menlo. Yeah, thank you. Or there's another one off of Jenkins too. Merlot. Yeah, thanks. That's it. So I do think there are 3 agencies that have sites that are more central to the city, and I don't know what a collaboration would look like there, or even if they're interested, but be interested to know.
Yeah, and I think there has been conversations, at least around some of these in South Cooper Mountain, because it's the trifecta of Hillsborough, Beaverton, Tigard. And so, like, if we're not getting anywhere, we need to put some, like, political muscle on this, because this is taxpayer dollars, and we just went through this with the library. Like, we're funding the use of a service that all people in other cities are using. So I think it's the right time to start having these conversations, and, you know, especially with the growth of our city being in the South.
We focused on the two sort of biggest, more complex capital facilities issues tonight, but there are a few other anticipated needs that we're tracking that we wanted to bring up tonight. The first is just the basic routine major maintenance. If there are facilities that you know have a long-standing position in your portfolio, just funding the major capital maintenance to keep those facilities in good shape and keep them from degrading so that they can support you over the long term. For an office building the size of the Beaverton building, you could also expect that every 5 or 10 years, there's going to be some level of tenant improvements required just to adapt to growth and change and how you're using the building. You've acquired property for the new warming and cooling center, but there's still a renovation that needs to happen there, is our understanding. There is the city server room and a multi-jurisdictional IT vault at the Griffith building that is vulnerable to flooding and seismic risk that needs to be relocated. And then there are a number of potential needs that are in the process of getting more defined. So a potential multicultural center, potential future library, police, other types of facilities that may be needed as the city grows. So our next phase of work will be exploring specific funding and phasing scenarios. So we wanted to close today with just a few slides to kind of set the stage for the next time we will be coming in front of council. In terms of our funding assumptions, so facilities investments are generational. These are most of the investments that we've been talking about today, these are intended to last 50 plus years, right? That's sort of a facility lifespan. They can also be very expensive. So if you were to do just new construction for everything that we've talked about today, we're looking at potentially $250 to $300 million, sort of at our planning level, 0% design. That's expensive. We also understand that city finances are constrained in this moment. And that any sort of major capital facilities investment is going to need a new source of revenue. So as a baseline assumption for the purposes of our next phase of work, we are assuming that we're going to be looking at phased investment, chipping away at these needs over time, looking at potential near-term improvements that might buy you some time until you need to make a larger investment, and potentially downscoping some of the projects that we're looking at. But even in a downturn, it is smart to plan. So these facilities are generational, and they can take a generation. It can take 10 years to get one of these big projects up and running. And planning during a downtime can help you really focus the dollars that you do have on preserving the facilities that are most critical to your portfolio, and help you, give you the time to position yourself around cultivating partnerships, looking for creative sources of funding, and property acquisition. It doesn't seem like it, but property acquisition is a relatively small piece of the overall cost of these projects. And the opportunity cost of not buying the property that is essential to what you need when it comes up is huge. And, the needs will not go away. They might, in fact, get more expensive over time. That's kind of the bottom line, is that facility investments will be needed to sustain your current services into the future. And so our goal is to work with you to come to a conclusion about some smart decisions so that you can move forward and are positioned to act on them when you're ready and when the opportunity is there. So our next steps are to work with finance. We'll be developing some sort of fast, intensive, and slow, minimal investment scenarios to provide you with the information that you'll need to make prioritization decisions around capital facilities spending in concert with all of the other goals and needs that you're trying to address through the work that you do. So the scenarios will look at exploring the interim solutions, different phasing strategies, and a variety of funding sources. And we'll be coming back to you in about December with those findings. Any additional questions or comments on the direction that we have proposed today?
I would just say that for the city manager's benefit, I hope that we are including this in the financial analysis that we have to do for pure operations. And so if we're looking at, we need an operational levy and now 250 million even scaled back, I mean, it was really hard to get the community to fund the police station with a very demonstrable need. Mm-hmm. And it was 1/8 of what we're saying right now. And so I think like we're gonna have to have some tough conversations about fiscal needs for buildings and what we're doing. I mean, I can't even see a path in which the community would vote for something like that. So, and whatever financial analysis you bring us has to be in line with the operational aspect of the agency. And so these are two different consulting groups working on something really important that the council has to, so I just hope there's some working together so we're not getting two separate recommendations with similar requests of us, which is go to the voters and ask for money. Councilor Husson?
Yeah, I mean, thank you. This is like a very thorough and thoughtful presentation. I did want to comment, like, I want to make sure, there are council decisions that were made prior to all of these people about what we did with parcels of land. And so I want to make sure that we get to weigh in on, and I'm just, again, hypothetical, there's this other thing lives there. Like, I think that's a conversation that we need to be willing to have because we are going to be having a lot of hard conversations. And to the mayor's point, like, if there are pieces or opportunities, like, I feel like I'd really want to make sure that this council had a read in on that. Thanks.
Councilor Duggar?
One of the things I'll be looking for is alternative sources of funding that's not the general fund, right? Like in specifically, are there ways we can expand our customer base, right? For some of these, can we sell water to other jurisdictions? And might be a dumb idea, but just, just things like that, right? Like, can we generate revenue not just from Beaverton taxpayers, right? Like we need to spread this out as much as possible. So I'll be looking very clearly for that. This is really good. I appreciate the work. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is a work session regarding options for city council compensation. Since this work session relates to council member compensation, there is a potential conflict of interest that I need to announce. The potential conflict of interest that it is possible that tonight's work session could eventually lead to change in council members' compensation, which if that happens could affect my own personal financial situation. I encourage each councilor member present at this work session tonight to consider making a similar announcement of a potential conflict of interest before the work session begins. Would you like to make one, Councilor Teeter?
Yes.
Would you like to make one, Councilor Kimmy? Is this sufficient?
No, I think you should actually.
Please read this verbatim. That
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor.
You need
yes.
to describe.
Mayor with Councilor.
Okay. I too have a potential conflict of interest that I need to announce. If matters discussed here at this work session lead to any changes in council member compensation, that could affect my own personal financial situation if I were to run for office and be reelected again. I added on that last part.
I too have a potential conflict of interest that I need to announce. If matters discussed at this work session led to any changes in council member compensation, that change could affect my own personal financial situation.
I too have a potential conflict of interest that I need to announce. If matters discussed at this work session lead to any changes in council member compensation, that change could affect my own personal financial situation.
I too have a potential conflict of interest that I need to announce. If matters discussed at this work session lead to any changes in council member compensation, that change could affect my own personal financial situation.
I too have a potential conflict of interest that I need to announce. If matters discussed at this work session led to any changes in council member compensation, that change could affect my own personal financial situation.
I too have a potential conflict of interest that I need to announce. If matters discussed at this work session led to any changes in council member compensation, that change could affect my own personal financial situation should I run again.
Could you join us at the Big Kids Thanksgiving table? That would be easier to see you.
Thank you, Mom.
For those of you that don't know, before we expanded the council to 7, the city attorney used to sit up at the dais with us, so it was easier to engage with him, and that's why his parliamentarian rule is actually where Councilor Hassan sits now. So we're adjusting to all these new functions and what we're doing.
Well, thank you. And for the record, Bill Kirby, City Attorney for City of Beaverton. And I wanted to talk a little bit to begin with about some background information and then leave the rest for a work session where we can participate. But tonight's work session describes options available to the City of Beaverton to adjust council compensation should you ever choose to do so. What is not being discussed tonight is what exactly is the appropriate level of compensation. I wanted to make sure that you all had the same information about how this process would work and not get into the issues of exactly what is the compensation package. So the focus of this work session is on process, not on the level of compensation. I know from my own research and from listening to others that there are multiple ways other jurisdictions establish compensation for elected officials. Special districts have statutes that apply. Counties have a statute that applies or can apply. It's optional. Cities, I know that there's different ways that cities do this. And I thought that the best way to spend our time was to describe not all those details, but instead focusing on the options that are immediately available to the city. And then secondly, talk about some options that might involve some changes either to state law or to the city charter that could be options that you would want to consider. But I think that not describing all of the other jurisdictions, that doesn't serve any purpose. So I really wanted to start talking about the current state of the situation, and that starts with the city charter. And in the agenda bill for this matter, I put out the one section that is the most important to understand, and that's section 3.1K of the city charter. And for those of the audience that don't have a copy of the agenda bill, it's only 2 sentences long, but I'm going to read it out loud. The council must determine the compensation of the mayor and councilors, but no change in compensation is effective for the mayor or councilors in office when the decision is made. The changes in compensation take effect at the start of the term following the end of the term of each council member in office when the determination is made. So what is important to understand about that is that is largely driven by state statute and opinions of the Oregon Government Ethics Commissions. The reason that is in the charter is to make sure that just as you made those announcements a little while ago about the potential conflict of interest, you do not run afoul of a state law that basically says you can't use your official position for financial gain. That's the basic. Now, there's a big exception to that you do get to have your own compensation package, but that has to be approved by a governing body. So now you end up with a problem. If the city council is the governing body of the city and it's establishing official compensation packages, how can a city council establish its own compensation? And the way that the Government Ethics Commission talks about this is you have 2 choices. And I'm basing this on some information I'll share in a moment. One is you can always go out to the people and have them vote on your compensation package. That would be a referral. That's one approach. The other approach is exactly what we have in what that section of 3.1K is about. You can vote a compensation package not for yourselves, but for the position, and wait until an election intervenes. And then if you happen to be in that position, you are in a situation where you could say that's the official compensation package for that position, and you can take advantage of it. What happens is an actual conflict of interest occurs if you vote directly on your own compensation, but a potential conflict of interest occurs if you say, I'm not voting for my compensation, I'm voting for the future compensation of this position, and we will wait until an intervening election, and then any change in compensation occurs at that point, after the election. Now, that is based on, in 2021, the city of Bend asked for an opinion on this, and that's the answer they basically got. Gerhardt, 2020, the same answer. And in Lake Oswego, 2022, the same answer. You can ask the voters through a resolution or referral to vote on the issue, or you do this, we can vote today, but it doesn't take effect until after an intervening election occurs. Those are the two major choices that cities have.
Can you define resolution or referral?
It would be essentially like what we did when we had the ballot measure for the Public Safety Center, except it's asking not for authorization to issue bonds, but this is the package that we would pay for various positions, and vote yes or no on that.
So in 2015, since I'm the only one that served, we adjusted the council compensation, everybody, and the charter language was similar. So how could we do it then but not now?
In 2015, yes, that's a good, it did get adjusted for, I believe it was for the city council, did get an increase. I did the research and I can only find some information in the budget that documents that. I don't know when it went into effect, but I would tell you that the statute of limitations run on that, but
but you were our city attorney then too.
Yeah, no, and I get it. No, so I would just basically say that there was information in the budget that documented that decision, and it was voted on, and I don't know when it took effect exactly, but I do understand what you're saying is that it may have taken effect too soon. That's true. And then also I would say in 2015, you didn't have the decisions of 2020, 2021, and 2022. So you didn't have exactly the same guidance as you do now. But it's pretty clear that you have this issue about the change in compensation and an intervening election needing to take place. Let me go to one other issue before I open it up further. The council must determine the compensation. I think that allows you to delegate some authority, but the rest of the charter says you have to wait for the intervening election. So even if you had a salary commission or a compensation commission or a task force, and they gave information, and even if you established that their decision was the final decision, the way the city charter is written right now, you'd still have to wait for that intervening election. So they could make a recommendation, you could act on the recommendation, but you're still waiting for that intervening election to occur. Now, there was a discussion that I did have with one of the people at the Oregon Government Ethics Commission, and I want to talk to about that situation. There is a difference between 6 city councilors and the mayor because you don't all do the same job. There's a difference between the job responsibilities of the mayor compared to the rest of the city council. There was discussion of the possibility, anyway, here's the way the conversation went. If the mayor understood that the mayor could not participate in a discussion about the mayor's salary, could the mayor say, I have an absolute conflict of interest, and the way you deal with that is, the best way to deal with that is you just get off the dais and you leave the room. You say, you figure out my salary. And then you leave it to the other 6 people to make a decision about what salary should be. And you'll need at least 4 because if you have an even number, right? So you have 3-3. So I think that would be a tie. So you would need 4 people in order to make any decision. The people at Government Ethics said, yes, you could probably do that with the understanding the mayor can't participate, can't influence, can't do anything about that discussion that happens with the council. But your charter says that decision would only take effect after an intervening election. So that's another thing, just as options for charter. Then I asked, well, couldn't we do something where there's 6 city councilors? What if the mayor participated with 3 councilors on a discussion about what the other 3 should get, and then they flipped it around, and the first group then was in the room, and then they discussed the other 3 councilors and what they should get for? compensation. And then there's 4 people, and they can vote. They took it to an internal discussion. And what I heard back informally, this is not final advice, but first of all, you always run the possibility that it would be, no, you've had discussions and maybe someone's going to complain that there's some sort of, it's not objective decision making. But more importantly, from the, and you could have a complaint, and then you have the problem of, okay, now I have a complaint. Even if I succeed at defending against an Oregon government ethics complaint, it's a bad situation to be in to have a complaint made. But here's the other thing, is that the Oregon Government Ethics Commission felt that since all city councilors are basically doing the same job, even though you're dividing them into half, they're all making a decision that is a similar decision, and they basically would overlook the division aspect of it and say, no, you're all voting on your own, on your own compensation. If you did that directly, then you would have a problem and you would need to wait for that intervening election. I get back ultimately to that charter provision. Almost any decision you make with this charter provision is, not almost, every decision you make about compensation with this charter provision is going to have to wait for an intervening election. Now, one way you could do that, for example, is let's say that in May there'll be a primary. So in June, you decide, okay, let's take a look at compensation for everybody. And then November, there'll be another election. And then in January, there'll be someone new will be taking office. You'll be in a new term. That's permissible. You would be making a decision in one term that would take effect in the next term. But now I want you to think about one other thing in that. Let's do that. Now all of a sudden, there's 6 city councilors and a mayor. You're not all on the same election cycle. There's 2 ways to deal with this, and it's a policy decision on your part. One is, well, not until everyone has cleared the hurdle of an intervening election will anyone get the benefit of this change. The other approach is, no, each time someone clears the hurdle of the intervening election, they get the change, and unfortunately, there's some other people that will have to wait. That creates a little bit of a disparity in terms of what you're being paid, and it phases in over a period of time, and we could write the right text so that once you do clear the hurdle of the intervening election, everyone is paid the same amount. But you would have that potential inequity in terms of some in the group are being paid one thing and some in the other group are being paid the other.
Can I ask you a question on that?
Yeah.
Is there anything in the state law that would prevent back pay once they've cleared the election?
I think that...
Because they would stand for election, the voters would choose them again.
I would, my instincts are no, because the way the Government Ethics Commission talks about it is it's not the person's pay, it's the position's pay. So the position gets paid the new amount. Now, for any reason there was a delay in paying the position that new amount, yes, back pay would be owed. But I don't think you're going to be able to go back beyond the term in office, because then it becomes personal to the person as opposed to, no, this is the position. It's not the person that is getting the compensation.
Can I ask a follow-up to that? How would that...
I'm just sorry, guys. I don't want to put this in the chat. Sorry. I mean, you can go, but I just...
Okay.
Thank you. So I want to ask some clarifying questions. So Washington County had a charter change in 2020 that allowed them to create a salary commission. And once that went into effect, all of their commissioners received the new pay at one time, and there was no superseding election. Is it because of their charter change that was allowable?
And because there's a state statute specific to counties that allow them to do something like that. And this would be one of these future state.
Yeah.
Maybe there should be a state statute that talks about cities and says, notwithstanding whatever's in your charter, this is an option for you.
Okay.
The Oregon Government Ethics Commission looked at that as being a safe harbor, but there's nothing like that for a city. There is that for a county. And I think I haven't done the thorough research, but I think that's a major factor in how Washington County established what it's done.
Okay, and so then because we don't have a superseding state law that applies to cities, for us, I guess I'm really struggling with the pay equity thing here. Mm-hmm. To say that whether, like, taking the person aside, mm-hmm. we all have numbers, but it doesn't change our job, right? Like, we just happen to be in numbers. You do that so you don't have a brand new council every 4 years, right? And so to say that someone should, because their superseding election comes sooner, they get to be paid more, I don't understand how that is creating the right opportunity for the whole community, for anyone that wants to run, mm-hmm. right? Because, like, you've now created actually an inequity. And, like, for example, Councilor Kimmy is a male and he is on the next ballot, and I'm a woman and I'm not on the next ballot. And so now you have a gender pay equity problem. So I'm really curious, like, how we can, like, charter is one thing, and I understand that, mm-hmm. but then there's also just, like, the law. And, like, Councilor Kimmy as a man cannot make more than me, like, so blatantly for doing the same job, right? And that's what we would be doing. We'd actually be creating an issue by following what our charter says, would we not?
Well, the decision is not because of the maleness of anybody or the femaleness of anybody. It's because this lottery of you happen to be in council position X and someone else is in council position Y, and your cycle is different. So I don't think that you'd have an issue in terms of the discrimination on the basis of gender.
Fair, but would she have standing in that scenario?
Right, because
well,
it's de facto
that becomes an
now.
issue that I wasn't anticipating, but I think one of the things you first of all would need to think about is whether or not that law has a safe harbor that says, no, I'm sorry, this is just the way the statute is written, and I don't even know whether it applies to elected officials or not.
Okay.
You know, that was another possibility, is that, no, that applies to people other than elected officials. But I'll make a note of it, and I'll get back to you on pay equity aspects.
Okay. And so then I think you kind of mentioned that since this body has the ability to determine the compensation, but we can, like, delegate. So if we decided as a council, because, like, I take the Portland Salary Commission, so they changed their form of government. They're taking their time, they're taking more time to go through some process. Mm-hmm. They brought together a commission of 5 HR professionals, or that might be Washington County, I'm not sure. But, Portland said, we're gonna bring together a salary commission to assess how should the commissioners and the mayor be paid in this new form of government. And when I read their report, or at least the kind of executive summary, they talk about a lot of values that we have in terms of creating the future, so that the spirit of their commission landed in one of wanting to not just have a living wage, but a thriving wage. And I think that's really something interesting for us to consider. Now, we are not full-time counselors, and so that is something very different from the Portland form of government. But if we're looking at creating opportunity for anyone in our community to run for office, I'm more like saying commentary to my fellow counselors right now than a question for you, Bill. But I think it's important that we think about who comes after us and creating a more and more representative government as much as we can. And we have the most diverse council we've ever had, but, like, we're all kind of similar in age, right? So, like, we don't have as great a diversity as we could have. But in the past, the Beaverton City Council was mostly retired people who could afford to just have whatever the stipend was, and that was fine for them. And all of us have a full-time job outside of this. And, like, I have a salaried position, and so if I need to be flexible with my hours to accommodate council things, I can do that. But if I were an hourly employee, I now am in I have to take off time from work to be able to have my briefing, because that happens during business hours. So I think it's just important for us to be thinking, if we have these values as a council to create the most representative council, we should look at what other jurisdictions have done, and like, I would love for us to move forward with getting external people who, like, I am not someone who is an HR professional or knows. I go to Glassdoor to find out how much money I should make. That's not very scientific, right? And so I think that it would be really interesting for us to choose to do this in a better way, because when I look back in October of 2020 or whatever, when the last council just chose a salary for the mayor. Like, no one on council was like an HR person who like had the expertise needed to decide what the mayor should be earning, right? It was just set in a resolution. So anyways, spoken longer than I intended to, but I am passionate about us using this moment as an opportunity to create the future for Beaverton, to create a council that can be more diverse, because we create like this is not anyone's primary, right, aside from the mayor. So just creating opportunities that someone else could serve, because we've said your time is valuable and we're going to pay you what you should be paid to do this job.
Councilor Duggar.
Yeah, she asked the question. Mine was the pay equity, like if, you know, if the different positions are going to be paid for 2 years differently. And
Well, one solution to that is that no, not until everyone's cleared the hurdle does anyone get a raise. You can avoid the pay
So
equity
one person
problem.
wets himself, everyone's in diapers. Like, I just think.
Well,
like,
I get it, but I'm just being the Oregon Government Ethics Commission. You're like,
I guess I look at
here's
the
a
spirit,
solution.
the spirit of the transparency in the charter, which I totally agree with. Like, you shouldn't have a body, but it also feels kind of dumb to me. Like, this is one of those things that would not happen in the private sector. This is, you pay people based on what they're, like, to me, so I will say this, when we fix this, I would like to fix it. Like, fix it. Not do a one-time pay thing, because I think the last time this was fixed was 2015, and that's when the $1,600 a month stipend was done, and there's no benefits. And Councilor Teeter and I recently found out that if we would have bought health insurance, because we both found ourselves without a job, we would have had to pay to work here, actually, for the people watching. We would have had to pay to work here. And so I'm really interested in a comprehensive fix for this, because I would really like it if regular working people could be on this council without having to spend the 70 hours a week that I do between my normal job and this council. I think that'd be a really, really important permanent fixture for me. I'll shut up now.
While you're researching the pay equity question, I think it would be important for us to know what's the so what if we choose not to accept the Oregon Ethics Commission, because I think it would also be helpful if you could tell us other cities where they're paying people differently. And then I understand we're a home rule city, but like, can we violate the state law and pay equity? And I think she would have standing to sue us. So, like, you know what I mean? I think answering that question would be helpful.
Yeah, that's important to does it apply to elected officials is my first issue in terms of pay equity. I mean, when you think about the pay equity of the governor and almost anybody else that works in private sector, there's not pay equity in that.
But it's not.
I mean, the elected officials of Oregon get paid very, very little.
Versus everyone in the state. I mean, if it was these jobs versus everyone in the state, that'd be different. Councilor
But there's plenty of administrative people that work in the governor's office that get paid more than the governor.
But
True in
not
the
somebody
Treasury.
doing the same work.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, I think that's a big difference.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so I'm assuming it's a work session, so we might layer on. I'm going to try and say everything I came here to say in one go. First is, are we having another work session on this, or what's next steps?
No, you know, I came here to make sure that everyone understood the level set on this issue about the way the city charter is written. You have to wait an election.
Understood.
Well, and not everyone, I think, understood that, but I want to make sure.
What's the next steps?
Well, it depends. Well, I'm looking for direction from you in terms of what the next steps are. And if you want to solve it, there's two things I want to talk about. One is probably going out with a charter amendment is the way to solve it from Councilor Duggar's standpoint. But the other thing I would always recommend is that before we take any actions, there's a way to ask a formal opinion from the Oregon Government Ethics Commission. And that's your best protection if should anything ever happen that's not what you want to have happen. Is that, no, we went and we got the most formal opinion we could, not the telephone conversation I had today. That's helpful, but that takes time. And then the other thing about that is when you write that request, you state a set of facts. You need to make sure that the set of facts is what you actually end up doing, because the advice is only as good as what your set of facts are. And if you do something different, that advice doesn't protect you the way that you want it to protect you against a possible sanction. Again, in the materials, you do notice that if you do find if Oregon Government Ethics Commission does find a violation, you pay back twice the amount of the financial gain.
Got it.
So you have a real downside.
Okay.
You thought you were going to get, an increase, and actually you had an equal amount of decrease.
Just in the interest of time,
Yeah.
I really want to move on to this. I feel very strongly about this. Every single one of us raised our hand and took an oath to protect the Charter, the United States Constitution. We know what's in the Charter. We've read it. I think all of us knew exactly what the compensation would be and that it was for our full term. And we also read the provision that if we were going to do any kind of a rate increase, it would be for the next election cycle. I think there's something highly problematic about making everybody wait until everyone resets, because what if someone loses and someone new comes in? Are we going to make them wait? No. But in 1789, I know this because my son just went through having to memorize all the constitutional amendments. The 27th Amendment of the Constitution is Congress's compensation, and that they cannot set their own wages, that they have to set it for the next election cycle precisely because of the conflict of interest. I don't think there's even a perceived conflict of interest in this conversation as it is right now if we leave it to the next election cycle, because any one of us could lose our seat, any one of us could decide not to run again. It's all completely speculative. So we might hope that we get additional compensation, and that is not within our control. But what is within our control is to try and set something that is fair. And I've done some work. I counted up every single meeting that I've had this year by month, both during work hours, which 80% of the meetings are during the work day, and 50% of the total hours was reading, ad hoc coffees, and stuff that didn't make it on the calendar. And that was just me, and I know we all do this differently, but I think that there's got to be some sort of quantifiable way to come up with averages of what the level of effort is to do this job and do it to the level that our residents expect of us when they vote us into office, and then figure out what is a commensurate hourly rate for that number of hours. Not only that, for knowing what we're getting into to even decide if we can afford to run again, given inflation has been quite a lot and the stipend isn't a lot, comparatively speaking, to what it was in 2015. But also for future residents who might want to run and having an idea of not only what the compensation is, but also what the level of effort is to do this job. Because I asked every sitting councilor in 2019 what the level of effort was, and it was different across the board. And that might also be because the charter was different, and there's more that we're asked to do. So I think because the charter's different, because the roles of the counselors are a little different, we definitely do need to have this conversation. I do not think in any way, shape, or form we should refer this. We're the ones that know what this takes, and we're the ones that should set it up for others to follow in our footsteps when they run and make it possible for people to make informed decisions and have the ability to do this. And then as far as when it goes into effect, I think we follow the lead of our U.S. Congress on that one, and just, we knew it when we raised our hands. Just stick with it and just have that be the status quo. Done.
Councilor Huston.
Yeah, I have a question for you, Bill, and I know you're ready for this one, so I'll just give it to you. About a year ago, we had our retreat with the consulting group, and we talked about doing roles and responsibilities for council president, mayor, and city councilors. That was something, or rules, what was it called?
Yeah,
something.
rules
Can you tell us a little bit more about that? I asked because I feel like this conversation is really premature, because I expected that work from what I remember to be done by August, and so I felt like I would have something to play with and touch and say, okay, this is what we're saying our roles and responsibilities look like to an extent, to be able to have a conversation about compensation.
Yeah, no, I'll take responsibility for not getting those out to the council. Basically, I talk about the difference between being faced daily with the urgent and important and not having an opportunity to do the strategic. And I feel like that's one of the challenges where we've been for a considerable amount of time. Those need to get drafted up and sent out for comment and review. It absolutely needs to happen. But that's really where I think it is right at this point, is something that the city attorney's office needs to get back out to the council. And it's just one of those staffing. I mean, you know that staffing is low. You've authorized the hiring of a position. We've delayed that for reasons that I think you understand, but we're going forward. But that's where we're at.
Okay, and I'm not trying to put you.
I'm sorry
in,
that it's not faster.
I'm not trying to put you in front of a bus. I just.
Yeah.
I respect the spirit of having this conversation, and I believe that I would want more working people to have access to this. We have changed so much still, and our staff is still catching up with that change. And we have increased property taxes. We have not resolved our budget. For me right now, there are bigger problems to solve that I think are important. I obviously want to continue this conversation. I don't know if this is that moment. We need to clean up the rules and procedure. We need to clean up some of the roles and responsibilities so that we can better understand, because to Councilor Tivenon's point, I think every single one of us brings a different lens, a different shape, and a different number of hours. Absolutely, I believe in pay equity. I believe in paying people for what they're working for, but I am nervous when I think of what is happening with our city financially to be having this conversation today.
Yeah, I just want to second everything that Councilors Tivenon and Hassan just said. That those really resonated a lot with me, and I share a lot of those thoughts too. I've got a question just about the process for salary increases for council and for mayor too. If we decide we want to increase our salaries or the salaries with these seats, could we create a policy that ties the increases, or so that there's like an annual increase, and we say there's an annual rate of increase that's tied to the lowest rate of increase that our staff receives. So if our staff receive 5%, then council receives 5%. If they get 1%, we get 1%. Could we do something like that?
Well, you know, what I would recommend, given this whole issue of you never want to have to vote on your own compensation and this problem of phasing in, I would tell you would be better off establishing a set percentage increase and then maybe review it every 5 years. I mean, maybe you're exceedingly high or exceedingly low, maybe you're about right. But if you said it's 2.5%, you go, you know, some years it's going to be a little high, sometimes it's going to be a little low, maybe a lot low, maybe a lot high. But in the end, does that even out? I think if you looked at it mathematically over a long period of time, yeah, 2.5% is probably pretty close. What that does is you've set that amount and you're never voting on it. You never have a potential conflict of interest. You don't have this phasing in problem that exists. That would be my recommendation, but you could put in a COLA, a cost of living adjustment for certain benefits. Okay. That is permissible. If you said, I would be concerned if you said, well, we'll just do whatever the city manager says. You're still voting on the budget that contains that. And I'm concerned that that will mean that you have an actual conflict of interest when you vote on the budget that contains that cost of living adjustment. So the easier way, I think, the cleaner way, and again, when we get to this moment, we write a request to the Government Ethics Commission and confirm that we've properly analyzed this thing. But mine would be set a fixed rate so you don't ever have to look at it again, or you agree that every 5 years you're going to look at it and adjust.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense to me. I'm just thinking of how can we not have to do this conversation every 5 or 10 years or however long we delay to try to avoid giving council raises, because people do deserve to be paid for their work. The second point I want to make is I wouldn't want to go to this for a referral or part of a charter or a vision to the voters unless it was part of a larger charter review that we do. If we're going to the voters for a charter amendment or charter change, I would want us to actually make sure we've got the changes that we need to see so that we don't have to keep going to the voters for tiny changes over time. That's a very hard process. And so if we can handle this just administratively here with a vote of council, that would be my preferred route. And then in your first example of timeline, Bill, you mentioned when we would be, hypothetically, when these votes for salary increases could take place before they would go in effect of the next election cycle. And you mentioned like we could vote on it in June, and then it would go into effect for some of council in January. But I feel like June is problematic just from that example because a lot of our elections might have already been won and for all intents and purposes complete by May. And so then it just looks like, oh, that person already knows they're going to be elected in June. So just the timing of the conversation is really important. There's never a great time for it, but I think we just got to be very careful and considerate with how we approach it.
This might be one of those issues where legally can, but maybe optically shouldn't. And I would leave that to you to decide, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, thanks.
Councilor Kimmy.
I have a hard time talking about my compensation. It's just me. I always pay myself, so I have never dealt with that. But so it's very uncomfortable, and it's potential conflict of interest, and I really don't like that even perception of that, right? So I like Councilor Teeter's point where if we make it some kind of policy or procedure and set, so we don't ever have to talk about this, and every few years or so, 5, 6, whatever number that we think is appropriate, we have independent people come in and review if it's appropriate or not, and we would just take their recommendation, so we don't have to talk about it. So it's there's no perception of conflict of interest whatsoever, even for the future people, so that they don't need to talk about it. And it seems like everybody wants some kind of review or somewhat of input because we haven't had any kind of conversation since 2015. But I don't want it to be us discussing it.
And where you're at right now, you'll be hard-pressed to create a system where you don't have to vote on it. It's entirely possible to have that committee that you talked about, and they make a recommendation. And it's possible to have some of those recommendations take the pressure out of having to continually review, like the fixed COLA. But I don't think you're going to be able to correct this problem without a referral, without having to vote on the issue of compensation for this position after the next election. And just one more clarification, to the extent that someone is termed out or someone chooses not to run, that position that then fills in, they get the new, it resigns from office would be another one, moves out of the city, so the position becomes, the person who comes into that position can take advantage of the new rate because they never voted on it. So a little nuance, but I just want to make sure I made that distinction.
So let's kind of take things in two categories. We have the when people would get paid conversation, and I think it's being conflated with the process of what we're doing. And so I think we've given you some direction to call the Ethics Commission and ask some of the follow-up questions that we had around pay equity and where we're at. And I think that is separate from the compensation. And I will, I hear you. And I will tell you, I ran for office and then had the compensation changed out from underneath me in the middle. And that is not an awesome place to be in. And so my ask of us tonight is and I went back and looked again, we asked in October of 2020 to have a salary HR or commission to look at the compensation, because a bunch of city councilors with no experience decided arbitrary things like not having like a COLA. I have a 2.5% COLA. COLA, it went astronomically high, so I'm already like in a salaried position lower than I thought I would be when I started running. And I got half the COLA of the rest of the city, and I still have to pay bills and do things. And this is vulnerable to talk about, I'm just being real. And so those decisions to not put this position in PERS, to not have retirement, to not have that in the prime income earning years of my life was a decision that I didn't make. It was made for me after I had already committed to running. And so, and I honored that, and I have lived with that. And I don't know if I'm running for reelection, but this is the time to do it before people start running so they have an idea of what they're doing. And so I know that we do not have the skills on this board to make a salary recommendation, but we can direct the city attorney and the city manager to find HR professionals and give us recommendations, which yes, we still vote on it. Then yes, it would be when we would return into office, unless the Oregon Ethics Commission reads the rules differently. But my hope would be that we have 4 positions up, not just mine. It is fair to the community to know what they're getting into, and we have time. It is September, and like Councilor Teeter said, most elections are in May. There's no reason in September that we cannot create in the next couple of months a compensation to vote so people know what they're getting into. It's the fair thing. That's what I'm asking us to do. I don't think we should get into the nuances of what the pay are. I'll tell you it's abysmal. It was raised in 2015 because of me. I'm the one that whipped the votes on the budget committee. I went around and talked about it, because at the time I was the only working counselor. And I was using all of that money to pay for childcare. All of it went to childcare for the beatings. And so like you, when you were looking for healthcare, I was paying to work here because someone had to watch my kid. And so your guys' job is hard. There is more responsibility in this new form of government. I've constantly advocated for not the mayor, the council's pay to go up, to have support so you can do the job well. This job is hard, and an hourly worker could not do it. Even if you were at $25, it just couldn't do it. It would make no sense. And so this is the time. I would hope that we give direction tonight to the city attorney and to the city manager, whoever needs it, to come find us an HR professional to help. Because I will tell you, having to basically sit quiet in the conversation in 2020 because I was on the ballot, meant there was arbitrary decision. There was no analysis. There wasn't looking at other full-time electeds. And we knew that when we were making the decision. And I don't know how, we didn't understand our own charter that we were just passing because we were doing it so damn fast. We actually gave direction to come and do an analysis of this position 2 years later, and it was never done. The assumption was always that council and mayor's salary would be looked at in this new form of government. And so this is our time to kind of do it.
So with all respect, I think that's direction for the city manager.
Okay, well, that's why I kept
the Oregon
saying,
Government Ethics Commission will take responsibility for that side of the equation and pay equity. Does that sound right? I mean,
yeah.
Okay.
Councilor Husson.
I hear you. I don't know that I think this is the time. I worry about the implications of what this looks like optically, but I'm willing to, get with the probe. I did have a question, Bill. Let's say we didn't touch compensation. Let's say we touched benefits. Let's say we touched other PERS. Let's say we touched some of these other things to sort of help even it out. Could that be something that could be effective before the next election?
No, you would still, it's all part of compensation, benefits and pay.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm an HR professional, so I'll give you my HR professional perspective. Each one of you do this job differently. Some of you put in 40, some of you put in 60, some of you put in 30. Like, I don't know I don't know what it looks like to bring in a person. I hear what you're saying. I'm here for it. But like, we might have a mayor in 10 years that wants to do different types of stuff or different priorities. And so I don't think this compensation conversation is as simple as we think. We do not understand our own roles and responsibilities as a council. We've not really talked about that. I actually, I'm going to say it. We need to land that work to know what is the role of the mayor, what is the role of the council president, what is the role of councilors. That, to me, is absolutely critical before saying we're going to talk about compensation, because each of us do this in a very different way, and I honor and value the way each of us do it, but I do think that we need to kind of talk through that, because bringing someone in, they will get such different perspectives, and I think it will be really hard for them, if the direction we're going is to direct someone, to be able to land that compensation.
And that's what every government around us does, so I don't think it's as complicated as we think. Councilor Duggar.
Yeah, I was just gonna, before you spoke, I put my name in. I just want us to, I want a recommendation from real HR people that know the market, that know particularly this labor market on compensation and like the total package. Just bring us something that makes sense based on the best picture of what we're doing, and I will vote on it at that point. But I don't have the skills necessary to have the conversation. but I do have the responsibility to vote. So I would ask city manager, if the council's in agreement, to bring us HR recommendations based on best practices of other cities and what we're actually doing. I'm happy to sit with an interview and explain everything. Maybe we all could, whatever makes sense, but I would really like a recommendation. I don't want to create that. I don't have the skill set.
Council President.
Yeah, I just wanted to share my support for us getting a recommendation and getting this done before the filing deadline in, I think it's March. Probably. I think it's totally fair. And Councilor Tivnon's great point, right? We know what we signed up for. The mayor's situation was different. I encourage you all to watch that meeting if you haven't. It's actually quite infuriating to see the way that the process happened. Like, it just, I don't know how council decided the way that they did without having like expertise. And so I think it would be great if we could get this done before the filing deadline.
So we have a majority council or city manager, and it's important to us that we get it before the filing deadline. So the recommendation, how you do it, I know Washington County brought in HR professionals. Other people have done it too. So what do you need from us?
I have everything I need. I've been in contact with the county and others. Thank you.
Councilor Teeter?
Yep, sorry, one more question. So, Bill, there were some comments about the rules and procedures. Is there a timeline for when we might be able to go through that?
I think I need to make it a top priority, and I don't have a date for you, but I'll do everything I can to get it out the door to you back.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I feel like I make that promise more often than I should.
Okay, thank you.
So, yeah.
Councilor Husson.
I think I heard a majority, but it'd be nice if there was a formal way to make sure we heard a majority. But I just want to be really clear, HR, we do not have a job description for this job today. So at minimum, there should be some level of job description creation or something that is done, because in order to do a comp and class study or anything along that, you need a job description. I think part two, I'm just putting this out there, while this is not the best pay for me as a city councilor who does this in a lot of my volunteer time, we are one of the higher paid city councils. And so just know that as this research begins, like, my ask will be to understand what other councils are paying in a part-time city council manager. Like, that is where we are today. So just something to kind of keep in mind, because if we are to do that comparative work, it may look like we're in a good place. So something for you guys to think about.
And I will think they'll bring it to us, but Hillsborough is redoing it, Ben's redoing it, Gresham's redoing it. All the big, we're on the same timeline because of the election, that everyone is doing this right now because this is just the time to do it. Councilor Kimmy?
Yeah, I just want to understand. So what do we expect from you guys for the future conversation?
So what we would do is identify the appropriate HR consultant or professional service groups that can fulfill the scope that's being discussed tonight. That could be done under the purview of the city manager. The compensation of the cost of that can probably also be done within my authority. I can also informally update you on the process, and if there's a need to take this back for further discussion, we can determine that at a later date. They will do a similar analysis as what Councilor Husson kind of identified. We also have other colleagues, as the mayor mentioned, that are undergoing this work and that have done this work, so that will also help inform the scope. And then what I'm hearing from the council is that you obviously want this completed before the filing or as soon as possible is basically what I'm hearing. What we can do is identify key milestones throughout the process once I get the scope identified so that you understand what it looks like going forward. I'll make a recommendation to you of what I think needs to come in front of you before we actually get to a final decision. And at that point, you will look at the consultant's recommendations, you will determine whether you agree with it, whether there's something missing, and ultimately you have the final say of what gets implemented, regardless of what is presented in front of you. But you want evidence and you want data, and that we will provide that to you so you can make that final decision sometime before the filing date. Bill, do you have anything else to add, or did I miss anything?
I don't think you missed anything on the salary commission investigation recommendation. I will look into the issue of pay equity and also because of the phasing in issue. And I also look into if there's anything else that Oregon Government Ethics brings to my attention that affects the decision as we work through this. But that's I think everything that we've
Mayor,
talked
can I
about.
ask one thing? Bill, do we have a time frame of how long it takes for the Oregon Ethics to respond to an inquiry?
It's a little bit like how long is a piece of string, because sometimes what they say is, well, those facts are interesting, but they're incomplete, or, can you give us more information about this particular aspect? So you can have several iterations before they actually say, okay, we're ready to answer that question. It takes weeks and not half years. Yeah.
And to be clear, sorry, I just want to make sure, you're going to request a formal opinion from the Oregon government.
Once we understand where we're headed, if there's any questions about that, I will work on the formal opinion aspect of it. But if the decision is we're going to take a recommendation and we're going to vote on that recommendation, and it will not take effect until after an election and it'll be phased in, as we've described, I think that the need for a formal recommendation is not as great as if we do anything different.
Yep. Okay, thank you. We're on to, council new business. I have 2 items and then I have to go. I'm at the very max of pumping and I'm extremely uncomfortable. So I have 2 items. So if there's anything after that, the council president will take over. One, I'd like the council to consider adopting a Banned Books Week proclamation next week together. The Washington County Library Association is asking cities to adopt this, and rather than do it as a mayor proclamation, I'd like to do it as a council proclamation together, because I know this fits with our values. I have the proclamation drafted. I'll email it out, but if you guys are amenable to that, I want to direct the city manager to bring it back as an action item in our next meeting. Okay. You guys? Okay. And my second one is personal. I think a lot of you know that my mom has been battling cancer. And she is at the end of her treatment. And so the next few months are going to be rough, and I'm going to need you guys to pick up some of the slack in the meetings, and I'm going to prioritize spending time with my mom. I didn't take time after I had my baby because it was so challenging for me to do that. But the birth of my child seemed so like everything was ahead of us. Now that we're looking at what's coming with my mom, I need some space to do that. I'm going to work with the city manager on what that's going to look like. But I want you guys to know, and I want you to know that I'm going to need a little bit of support. So that's it with me. Council President, if you could take over, thanks.
Yes, Mayor. And yes, you have my support. Really hard to talk about anything else because nothing else matters, right, than your family. Thank you for sharing with us. I wanted to follow up on the request that our TriMet guests brought up about the emergency ordinance that City of Portland is going to be trying to get through around open use of drugs. And I know it sounds like they're asking for our support, with any, I can't, this is so hard. Our support with any support to the state ledge, right, about how we can potentially lend our voice as a city about, we know that this is a problem in Beaverton as well. If you've spoken with anyone in our PD, you hear fentanyl use is rampant in Beaverton too. Super scary, right? When you hear about people accidentally ODing because they just happen to be exposed to it, that's really scary. And so I'm definitely interested in us figuring out how we can help. And I don't know, Chief, city manager, city attorney, if there's something that we can or should do yet, or if we're gonna kind of let others take the lead and then you'll tag us in when you need us. But I want to make sure that we kind of circle up on that.
Yeah, this is already on our radar. I've already been speaking with other area cities, and in particular the group of 7 large cities on this, and also informally having conversations with Gwen Baldwin our lobbyist. And right now, the recommendation is that we're looking at the 24 work session. We'd like to work with the LOC on it, so I'll be working with her offline. And if there's questions around whether we can start mobilizing and doing something sooner rather than later, more than happy to expedite those conversations. But I want you to know that we are actually already discussing this and working on a strategy of what's best to do this, who's best to carry the legislation. We actually feel like the LOC is, not necessarily the individual cities, but please know that we are already on it.
Thank you. And a much, much, much lighter note, Councilor Kimmy, I'll ride the Max with you anytime. I'll be your bodyguard. Councilor Hudson.
Yeah, this one's a quick one. Well, maybe. We have the retreat coming up in November. I know we've got a lot of hot topics. I know in the last retreat, I think it was kind of like one-on-ones with the consultant. I was thinking maybe if we could ask the city manager with your support, rather than doing one-on-ones with her, that maybe we have sort of a time in one of our upcoming council meetings to let the consultant hear the things that we're hoping to get accomplished in the retreat. I think candidly, we have a lot that we want to cover, and we probably won't be able to cover all of it, but letting her hear it, letting us hear each other, letting her decide how to take that feedback, letting Jenny take that feedback and figure out what she can and can't do, I think would be super helpful. So if you're feeling supportive of that or have comments, I'd love to hear that.
So Councilor Hassan, to clarify, like to have a future work session?
Yes.
Okay.
When is it scheduled?
The retreat's in November.
I mean, when?
Early November.
Early, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the faster, so it's yeah.
Because I might be not here later.
Oh, because you're out of town.
I mean, one option, if you don't mind, Council President, I mean, if people have themes or ideas they know that are important to them, they could share them in this format. I'm happy to schedule a work session as well. Just know that we have impacted agendas coming, so it will lengthen. If you're okay as staying around, we can certainly add that as one of them. And also, please know that it probably would need to be maybe either the next meeting or early October, just given that we need time for the consultant to process it, me to process it, all that good stuff. So whatever your pleasure is, just giving you a couple of options this evening.
Can we do a quick response just down the line? Mike. Mike.
Probably not a priority for me. Still didn't turn it on. Probably not a priority for me. But I'm okay with it if we do it.
I'd like to see her just not be too impacted. I know we've got an extra Tuesday that's kind of a set aside. Is it possible to do a virtual check-in and just set it for an hour and everyone gets, well, maybe an hour and a half. Everyone gets 10 minutes to speak their mind on what they want to see at the retreat, and then we call it good. I mean, the one-on-ones, I'm guessing that's just if you want to share things and you want to do it in a way that's a little more personal and a little less formal. So I'd be comfortable having both as well.
Yeah, I do like the idea of us hearing kind of on the record together what we expect, because I think it's hard once we actually get to the retreat to say what we're hoping to get out of it. It's too late to pivot, and I think we kind of commandeered some of our governance trainings. But I would love if we, even if we can carve out a 30-minute work session and we all have to actually come with our written perspective or something, right? So that we would all have to commit to be prepared to just say what we want to say on the record and have minimal discussion. I don't want to shut it down at all, but to recognize the impact on the agenda. But I think it would be actually pretty powerful for us to have a little work session around our hopes and expectations of the retreat.
Actually, I want to change my vote to virtual. I turned it on.
Okay. I just couldn't hear you.
Oh, I want to change my vote to virtual.
Okay.
The Tuesday.
However is fine.
That would be, I just don't want to extend our, but if there's a separate Tuesday.
Got it.
I'm all for it.
Okay, Councilor Kimmy, thoughts?
Either way is fine. Whatever you guys decide, it's fine.
Well, your opinion matters. Councilor Teeter.
Yeah, I would like it. I think it would really help me to know where you all are standing and what priorities are on y'all's minds before we head into the retreat, so that it could help me see kind of where we have some alignment. And if there's any ideas that you all have, it's like, oh man, that's a great one. Like I would love to prioritize that instead. Yeah, I think it would just help me a lot. We also took the month of August off, and we should be well rested, hopefully. And I would be willing to either do this on a free Tuesday virtually or in person, or tack it on at the end. But I would like to have the conversation.
City manager, it sounds like there's an openness to format. If you want to take a beat on that, you can choose kind of like what works best for you.
Yeah.
But it does sound like
There's two options, either a regular meeting with the work session, or if we can work in a special meeting that's virtual for an hour and a half max or something like that that works for the council, we'll look at that too. So let me go back, noodle on that, and I'll let you know what the scoop is, and we'll get it done.
Thank you. Councilor Teeter, did you have, Councilor Hassan, was that it from you?
That was all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Teeter.
And that I was just typing in the chat to comment before we went around.
Okay.
So that was good.
Perfect. Are there any further council new business? Okay.
May I say one thing?
Of course.
It has been an absolute pleasure working for the city of Beaverton, with the councilors, with the staff, and with the residents of this city. This 21 years just went by so fast. I'm just like, it was amazing, and it was my pleasure to be able to help you. And I wish you all the best of luck for the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kathy. Yes, the proclamation said a lot, but it also didn't say everything. So I know some folks will be able to celebrate your retirement, but if you're unable to, please give Kathy a hug tonight. If she's a hugger, I don't know. I'm just cheering her for that. Okay. Okay, I do believe that is our final agenda item. So with that, our meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Recording stopped.